the night like Christmas. Everywhere you go. Hey, baby, 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 baby. Okay. Oh. Hi, Lorenzo. Hello. Hi, I'm good. It's not morning, but hi. How do you say when it's not morning to people? You don't say good morning, so what do you say to them? Hi, Stoic. Oh my god, what an ugly picture. Wait. Let me take it again. Hello. Hi. Hi, Ashkelon. Hello. Hi, TMG. Hello. Oh my god. Sorry. Today I cannot. I'm sorry. Hi, Shh. Hi, Shh. Okay. Live now with the puzzle. Live now. Twitch TV Studi TM. Oh my god. I think I'm gonna get a water drop very early. Like, I'm gonna get some caffeine. Yesterday I took a coffee, but mostly because my parents, like, I was at lunch, right? I thought I did not need it. In the end, I needed it. Hi, Diana. Hi, Elisa. Hi, Hidden. Hello, Tara. I had a very beautiful Christmas. How about you? How was your Christmas? So I got food for today, so I will not forget. Hi, Gio. You don't want to work? You have to work? We're not working today. Hi, Fico. Hello. Today I got my lunch here with you today, and that is my snack. Music is a bit loud. Sorry. You're fat after Christmas? Oh, how much did you eat, Chad? Did you eat a lot? Did you eat a lot during Christmas? I did. I did so much. I did so much. I swear. Like, not on the 24th, but on the 25th. We started eating at 1. No, 1. And we finished, like, we never stopped eating. Like, we had lunch and straight after dinner. So I finished, like, dinner, I think, like, I left my parents, like, my family place at, like, midnight. I was so dead. Hi, Jonathan. A lot and you don't regret it? Same. Never regret it. One plate only? How come? Sorry, crunching ASMR. I did not have turkey. I had something else that is called faraona, which is like a big chicken. And it was filled with something, like it was stuffed with something. That was really not a good sign to do, but this is not a sauce. This is like tomato sauce and where I cooked like an egg in it. So there's like a little bit of protein. This is like my lazy meal. This is my always lazy meal. Beside the toast, these are fennels. These are fennels that I like to eat raw because they're good for my stomach. And I just eat them like this. Faraona is not a big chicken. What is it then? I did the moon diet. I simply ate everything but the moon. Hi, Sandro. Hello, people. Are you ready for today? Listen. Today, competition is gonna be very scuffed. Hi, Adriano. The competition is gonna be very scuffed. Mostly because I didn't have enough time to organize it because, like, holidays in between and all of that. But if you want to join, we already have like 15 people join that wants to join. But if you also want to join, you still have some time to just fill up that form. If you fill up that form, lunch to eat in a bit? Wait, isn't it like, JJ, we can wait a little bit. As long as it's not like a super long, but something that you can do, listen. This is a team's effort. This is a team effort. You're not gonna be alone during this. Hi, Kami. You're not gonna be alone doing this. Oh, wow. Okay. You're not gonna be alone with this. So if you think like, I can join just for an hour or I can join in an hour, it's okay. You just join in and your team will know that there are gonna be less people for a bit, all right? How does Reno taste like? You never tried this one? Oh, Faraona. Oh, it actually tastes like a big chicken. Not bad. But that's so sweet, JJ, that they're cooking. What are they cooking today? Hi, Ari. I am very cute. Ooh! You know something that we can do before we start? Before starting? Can you tell me what did you have for dinner, for lunch yesterday? I want to know if there's like some common things. What was it for yesterday lunch for you? So I'm very curious, especially like for Ari, I'm thinking like, what do you have in Greece for like Christmas? Wild boar? What is a wild boar? Content here? Mosca, I have no idea what content is. Nacho! As you can notice, as you maybe have noticed, I haven't fixed the audio stuff yet. Nacho! Nacho, thank you so much for the 2 months. Thank you so much for being back here. Thank you. Bon appetit to you. I don't know what you're doing, but thank you for being here. Hi. Let me start a new objective. Okay. Done. Nacho, thank you so much for that. Appreciate you. Welcome back. Thank you for deciding after 1 month. Okay, you know what? I'm just staying. Hi, Zeko. Hi, Maxwell. You got COVID on Christmas Day? Oh, no, John. That's actually what I was hoping for myself. No, I'm joking. But how are you? How are you feeling? A wild pig? Oh, cinghiale! Mommy, you got lobster mac and cheese? What? Turkey and fresh oysters and mango cake for that sounds so scattered, Mommy. So scattered. Like lobster, mac and cheese, turkey, fresh oysters, mango. Wait, what? How does it work? Don't you have the rule that you do like if it's like a meat dinner, you eat meat all the way? If it's a fish one, you eat fish all the way. You don't have it? Is it something that we only in Italy have? Stella, good morning. Turkey with turkey fillings, spinach pies, stew, and dolmacchia. What is dolmacchia? It's pretty random. Very random. Were you the one cooking? Turkey with turkey filling. That sounds good. What's wrong with that, JJ? There must be like not just turkey in the filling, you know? It was more like potluck? What? There's turkey in the turkey, yes. Yeah. Oh, stuffing. Why everything you ate on Christmas was cold? What happened, Rico? English is hard sometimes, more than sometimes, I would say. Why was everything cold, Rico? What happened? You had no electricity or something? That part of the family sucks at cooking. Oh shit. I know exactly the feeling. I have my a side of my family, my grandfather's side, the one that I went for the 24 at dinner. Listen, I love my grandfather, but shit, he's like, he's not able to cook anymore. He doesn't have the skills anymore. He cannot. And every single year something weird happens. I'm eating tomatoes. No, not really. The tomato sauce though. And every single times something happens. So every time we say, "Oh, I'm gonna take care of this. I really want to do this. I really, really, really want to do the risotto." Yes, but then he also wants to do it. Like he's like, "Oh yes, but I also do that." So we still give him like a chance, you know. So 24th at dinner, I came back home. After the dinner, I made myself a sandwich. Oh, macchiato tapetino. I did not. I did. Shit. Oh, wait. Let me go get tissues. How did I do that? Oh well. Oh well. This is this this thing goes to wash every single time, like every week almost. What is this? Oh no. Yeah. So on the 24th, I came back home from the dinner, and I was hungry. But also a friend of mine asked me like, oh no, actually I saw a friend of mine like live, so I said like, oh, let me just join you, and I wanna be Mother Claus, so Father Claus, you know, like Santa Claus, like I don't know, Claudette. How is it called? How is the female version of Santa Claus called? Because in Italy is like translated is like Father Christmas. So I called myself Mother Christmas and I joined them. But how do you say Christmasina? Christmas, how? Saint Santa Claus, shut up. Is that a thing? I don't know. No. Anyway. This is me and my... How is this? Was it that close? It was a very good sandwich, alright? It was a very good sandwich. Ay, mano. Listen, I was hungry. Listen, I was hungry, alright? I was very hungry. Do we like the music? Such give little, according to some North American sources, his original name was Kris Kringle before he changed his name to Santa Claus. Kris Kringle was a toy maker who married Jessica. Other names found Mr. Claus and Merry Christmas, Gertrude, and... That's not true. Santa Claus comes from like very, very old things from Christian religion. No? Was it not? Was it not? Santo Stefano? I don't know. Yeah, new emote. Holy shit. I was really hungry, alright? I was very hungry. Like, everything was either burnt or looked weird. Wait, okay. Let me show you what we had. San Nicola? San Nicola? San Nicolaus, yeah. There we go. Okay, so we had... Ignore the... Okay, listen. It's gonna be a secret between you and I, alright? Secret right here. You see here? This is like the group of Chrome tabs that I have open with the gift for Enk. I was working on it. I was working on it before, right? So I'm just gonna hide it with my own self. So, okay. Nice. So, I had like these kind of things. Gnocchi. My favorite soup, gnocchi. Gnocchi are not a soup. Gnocchi are not a soup. Gnocchi are pasta. Are in the category of pasta. These ones, but with like... This is what they were supposed to look like. This is what they were supposed to look like. I think like this. This is what they were supposed to look like. They looked... No, wait. Actually, maybe like this. This is maybe like more appropriate. It was supposed to look like this, but it looked... Oh, I hate this song. I hate this song so much. But instead, it looked like... That is not what I meant. That's not what I meant. Well, I meant these things. You see, how do they called? How are these called? To studying live? Oh, Frassi, I think in the next feature. Sprinkle. I called it sprinkles, and it's not like what they found. They're not sprinkles. They're not. I searched for sprinkles, and well, these ones. All right, it looked like they had these ones on it. It looked like it had these ones on it. It was extremely weird. Extremely weird. So I am at that point. I was kind of glad that I had stomach issues. Anyway, again, last seconds, last minutes to join for the puzzle competition. Rico, I cannot drink. That's another problem. I cannot drink. But like I tasted it. It was really good. But I cannot drink. I drank chat. I drank a little bit. Just a little bit. Just to, you know, cheer. And also to get through the night on the 24th. But not more than that. Did you drink a lot? I'm doing good. How are you, Lulz? How are you doing? So remove the repeating until the list was complete. Was too often for people. Wait, what? Imagine drinking. Yes, Arya. As if I was believing you that you did not drink. We all heard the voice messages that you sent me on 24. Arya, don't pretend that you didn't drink. I know you were wasted. And yeah, I love you too, but please, like, just keep it, like, professional, you know, to a little bit. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Okay! Told them that you're going to Enk Live on 24 and you were sober. I was kind of sober, actually. I was just, like, I think that was more on a level, like, I was tired, you know? I think that I was more like on a tired level, and plus I was happy to be there, so that's what it was. I was kind of sober. I had like 2 glasses of wine. You know that they're already too much for me. Arya, yeah, chat, I'm lying. Arya was not drunk on the 24. She did not text me drunk. She did not send me pictures drunk. No, she didn't. No, she did not, chat. Chat, stop it. She did not. Chat, I don't know how you get that idea, but she did not. Oh, was the PA? Oh, chat, did you see the last reel that I put in? Actually, that reel... I wanted to do that reel, right? So I asked my sister's boyfriend for help. And then I forced myself to take a video. And the... and the... like the face of my sister while she was recording, because I didn't tell them anything. I just told my sister's boyfriend, just drag me from the feet. Just drag me from the feet. He just dragged me and I did not understand. And then I put like things under. They were like, oh, that's why you made that. Oh, yeah. Drop, you're right. Aria was so drunk she doesn't even remember. Oh my god, Aria. We should, sooner or later we will do an intervention, Aria. You're drinking way too much. Anyway. By the way, super weird. Something that happens only to me, and then I look at the other streamers' chat, that your messages appear before here than what I see here. You were taking care of a drunk friend, Adi? Holy shit, for real? You were taking care of your drunk friends? That must be horrible. Were they like a... Chat, when you are drunk, don't ever be drunk. Drinking is bad. But when you're drunk, are you... I have a couple of friends, and when they're drunk, they don't want to be helped. And they're so annoying. Just I tell them, don't drink anymore. And then 2 seconds after, I find them like drinking, I don't know. And then like, don't go over there. And they just go over there. Like... it's impossible to manage. If I am drunk, I am like, I'm so ashamed. Just tell me what do I need to do. I'm going to the bathroom to poop. I'm going. I'm eating this cola. I'm eating this bread. I'm eating the bread. I'm drinking this full bottle of cola. I'm all of it. I can have, but it's annoying to everyone else. Not annoying. Yeah, I know. But sometimes it happens that you don't do it on purpose, right? Or, is this Wednesday team? No, I've been just chit-chatting on how Aria was drunk yesterday night. That's it. Anyway, are you ready for today? Are you ready? Alright. Rua, you choose whatever you want. Rua is gonna be the helper of like choosing the different. I mean, we don't even need a form, to be honest. Rua is in charge of like the management of the puzzle, like creating the puzzle. Responsibilities, yes. How many badges do you have? Chat arena supporter, so many stuff. Oh. Rising, thank you so much for the 100. Hello? Thank you so much for the 100 bucks to the mods. So the mods can keep drinking. Rising, you're such a generous soul. Thank you so freaking much. I really appreciate you. I know that I'm talking for the mods. You are gorgeous, I swear. Thank you so much for that. Shit! Thank you so much for the donation to the mods! Let's go! Rising paying for Aria's booze. Aria, more shots! Aria's gonna go to the bar later tonight and gonna be like, shot! Thank you for that. Shots on Arya. Actually on Rising, but you know. Rising, thank you so fucking much. Appreciate you. Really. I'm taking the plane right now just because she's paying for shots. I mean, might be not, you know. Ozo. Oh my god, Ozo. I think that it must not be good to be drunk on Ozo. I think that it's like a Sambuca. If you get drunk on Sambuca, then you're gonna hate Sambuca forever. It's not like something that you can forget. You underestimate your liver? Yeah. Which picture you choose one. You choose one. Do we want chat to choose one? Do we want chat to choose one? Let me open all of them. Mods, be ready to make a poll on like you can start mods to make a poll on which, like, it should be like which picture should be the puzzle on, and we have 6 choices. If anyone can help me, that would be lovely. In the meantime, I'll show you the options. We have option number 1. Thank you, Ari. Option number 1. Option number 2. Option number 3. Option number 4. Option number 5. And my favorite one. Option number 6. You decide. You decide. No, don't type in chat. Don't type in chat. Wait. Oh, wait, should we? No, wait, Arya, maybe it's better if I do it. Arya, maybe it's better if I do it. Wait, oh, I have to do it. Oh, from the other account. I'll just do it, Arya. It's okay. Sorry if you already started it. You cannot open 6 options? Anonymous! Thank you so much for the gifted one. I appreciate you. Sam, welcome among the subs. Welcome back for 3 months, Sam. Anonymous, thank you so much for that. Which pick for the puzzle competition? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Subs have subs votes are worth double. Start poll. Where is the poll? Where did you go? There we go. Oh, you're looking so ugly. Let me find you. All right. Which pick further? I'm showing them to you again. We have number 1. Number 2. We have number 3. Number 4. Number 5. And my favorite, number 6. Just type in chat the number that you want. Type in chat the number of which one you want. Just type in chat the number that you want. There we go. Alright. Done with dinner. It's too late for my fiance. Is it too late for your fiance to join? Oh no, we still haven't started. Oh JJ, it's okay. Okay, that is the one. Now you saw them. Wait, still vote? Where's the poll? Here. Okay. Oh, no. Okay. You can all vote in there. Have a Christmas. I don't know this song, but I already know the words. I don't like these. Those are too many. Okay. What are we doing? We're playing on what's it called? Puzzle competition. So how it's gonna work? I will need you all to join. Tell me, Rua, can you come into the G office so then we can discuss about it? Yeah. You do not have multiple choice, but your choice is worth double. In the waiting room, if you can. If you can get into the waiting room, then we can talk about it. Okay. Wait. Hello? Hello? Wait, I don't hear you. Oh, you're muted. That's why I don't hear you. Hello? That I'm never leaving. You're still muted. If you... Still muted. Still muted, Rua. Holding? Pausers? Pausers in chat. Hello. Hi. Hey. It's perfect. It's perfect. Hi. Nothing much. How are you? Okay, cool. Okay. Tell me if you think that since like you're the cool helper of this puzzle competition. Tell me if it makes sense. Let's skip entirely the form. Even if you didn't fill the form, it's okay. You just join on Discord in the lounge, and then we divide people in different rooms. Why are you texting in chat? Answer to me. Does it make sense? Okay. Okay, thank you. Why? So everyone who wants to play, join lounge in Discord. Nice talk. And then I wanted to ask if it made sense. Okay. Yeah, but everyone, even if they didn't fill up the form, do you see any like problem? That's the point. I don't need the form. I didn't think about it. This could have been an email. I'm sorry, I'm dying. Yeah. So, how do we do it? Like, there's not all the people that filled up the form. No. We have 6 people in the lounge. Okay. Spew, sure you can share my stream on your Discord. Go for it. Don't know how entertaining that could be, but go for it. Oh! Number 5. The weird looking one. This one. By the way, chat, to explain to you, I gave Rua the responsibility of finding the pictures, and I told him to find either a sexy Santa Claus and a thick sexy Santa Claus. This is 4. Oh, this is 5. Oh, sorry, this one. Sorry. Yes, yeah. Either thick sexy Santa Claus or a cursed one. Yep. Imagine your mom is gonna go through your history and gonna find sexy Santa Claus. By the way, if you wanna join the puzzle, first of all, you join Discord. Second of all, you don't need to be there for the entirety of the thing. Join for how long you want, alright? I think that once we start, people are gonna want to join. So if any new wants to join, They just hop in and lounge and we move them into another team. Yeah, I was wondering. I would like maybe to say like 2, 4, 6, 8. We can do like 4 teams, if that makes sense. Can please a mod make 4 rooms, voice rooms in Discord with and I'm gonna make the roles team 1, team 2, team 3, team 4, and you have to allow only team 1 in the room called team 1, only around team 2 in the, you know. No, we wanted to do like a little bit more, JJ. We were thinking a bit more, so then we can check on all of them. Maybe is it too much? Rua, how many people do you think it takes to solve a puzzle? Should we do 3? 3 rooms. Let's do 3. 3. No, I'm true. Let's do 3 teams. Kami, I would need 3 rooms. I can make the roles. I make the role team 1, team 2, team 3. Team 1. Make team 2. Wait, where the heck? Roles, create role. Because then, Kami, if you make the role, then you give the role to the people that are joining. No, Kami, not just giving you the names. If I just... Oh no, maybe we can just move them into the team. We don't need to create the role. Maybe you're right. Kami, I'll trust you. We just move them. Sorry, I don't know anything about Discord, but we have a Discord partner server. Anyway. I have no idea. You can assign a role and they can only enter that channel. That's the point. Like, I was thinking about making roles, so even if you get out and then you want to come back in, you still have that role. No rotating pieces. I agree with that. I find it annoying that when they're rotating. Yeah. Many people don't like that rotating. All right. You need to lunch? It's okay. You can come back. You can come back. So did we decide? Kami is the one. Kami, do you want to join so you can also talk with us how to manage the things? If you want to join the office room, waiting room, any mod. If any mod wants to join in and just tell us anything about Christmas, that would be lovely. We haven't talked before Christmas. Are we supposed to complete the puzzle during the stream? Yes, that's why it's gonna be a short one. It's gonna be a short one, and you're gonna be able to like. We need to have the winner. Chat. What do we want to give to the winner? To the team, the winner. Team winner. Come to the office, to the waiting room. Come to the waiting room. Glory? I don't know if I have that many VIPs. Okay. It cannot be an actual gift, because then it's gonna be like a fucking pain. Hi, Kami! Merry Christmas! Bragging rights? Okay, granted. Granted bragging rights. Hi, Kami! How are you? How are you doing? How are you? How are you? Why? Why? Like the pin, the one to open it? Like when you turn it off and you turn it back on? No, if like for me, what happens? For me, what happens if I call like a number, like the support number from another phone, and I tell them all my data, then they give me the pin. So it's fine. Oh! Oh! Sorry. Buzz, thank you so much. Buzz, thank you so much for the 4 months. Thank you so much for the 4 months. Appreciate you, really. Thank you so much for being back here. How did you forget the pin of your phone? Like, I understand the one because like you turn it off, like you never turn it off and on, but is it the phone that you use every day? And you forgot the pin that you use every day? And it's not working? Kami, are you drunk? Okay, actually, I also have a lot of delay from you. So like, I asked you the question, you stayed in silence. Okay. And we just dragged them into the rooms. Three. I like the emotes with your face and my face. Shut up. Purua. Kami, can you put the teams under lounge? Like the teams rooms under lounge? Okay. I couldn't see that. I was like, wait, what? Okay. In front of Rua. Yeah, actually. Poor Rua. Okay, I'm gonna join the contestants and I'm gonna tell them like how it is gonna work. Rua, you're making the puzzles? You also have delay? Is it me? No, right? It cannot be. Ari, Kami, you're making the rooms. We're missing team 3, right? And then Rua, we're waiting for your puzzles. I'm gonna talk to the contestants. See you later. Hello. Hi. Good. How are you? Oh, nice. Are you ready? People are just don't want to listen to me. Okay. People just deafening me. All right. Are you ready for today? All right. Nice. Have you been training actually? Oh, true. I thought you were actually like yesterday night, like just going crazy and just filling up stuff. All right. We have some contestants for this puzzle. We don't need the poll anymore. Okay. I'm gonna drag you randomly into the three different. Kami didn't put them in order. Okay, into the 3 different rooms, and then I'm gonna write to you in the chat of the rooms. Actually no, Rua can. Kami, if you're listening to this, wait. I'm gonna drag you into the team rooms, and then Rua is gonna send you the links to the room. All right. Okay. I'm gonna just drag you randomly. I'll be hopping in from time to time to just ask you how are you and all of that. We're just putting them randomly, chat. Oh, that's me. Never mind. There we go. Done. Okay, now. Wait, who am I in the room with? Oh, I'm by myself. Now. Did I show all the links? Probably. Are cheesy strats allowed? What are cheesy strats? Yeah, sure. Cami, can you please give to Rua the possibility to write in those chats even if they are not in the chat? Or like give them like the possibility to go in all of the rooms without having any problem. Like Rua can go anywhere. Rua is allowed anywhere. Anyone can still join to the game. You just join in lounge and I'll move you into a room. Who am I in a room with? Just join into lounge and I'll move you there. You have to join in the lounge. Oh, they cannot talk, Kami. I think they cannot talk. Oh, I think that they cannot talk. Like they are not like in that moment. This moment they cannot talk. As soon as Rua will send the links to everyone, we will have them. No cheating strats on puzzle 2. Okay, let me open all of the rooms of the puzzles. I'm gonna keep myself as the red one. Let me... Rendering mode. Okay. Oh, okay. How I cannot even like... Let me close this one. How I cannot open the room? Ah, I haven't entered my name. Okay. Okay. I'm opening all of the rooms so we can see all of them, chat. This one and this one. Alright. I think that I can put them like this. This. So I'm just organizing all of this stuff. Puzzle team 1. Did you send them the links? And here I will need Discord. And I'll need... This is actually looking very good. Okay. Maybe we can hide this one for a while. We can keep this one. Sorry, chat. I'm showing you everything right now. There we go. That's a very bad way of doing that. But bottom right. Nice. No paw. And we are ready. Every team should have the link. Every team should have the link. This, maybe we can have the picture showing right there. Rua sent it to me. So, I'm being so organized compared to my usual self. And I want it to be there. Okay. Never mind. There we go. Gee, no, don't. What? What did I do wrong? What am I doing wrong? They don't have the link? Oh, the link? Oh. They just don't show URLs. Alright. Alright. Okay. Oopsie daisy. Oopsie daisy. Shit. Rua, maybe do you want to recreate the rooms? Maybe do you want to recreate the rooms? I fucked up. I thought you'll make more. Thank you. And then Cami, can you please give the access to everyone to join the chat because they cannot see the chat, I think. Can I say perfect? Everything was so smooth. Everything was so freaking smooth. Shit. Okay, let me... Bottom right, I'm gonna add something like a cover. How can I add a coverage to that? Color source. Blank. Do you want predictions? That would be lovely. That would be lovely. For like the longest time possible, the prediction. Okay. Select the color. We're gonna go for black. And okay. Okay. And then we're gonna be perfect. Look at this. I'm so smart. They just need to go way back. Like here. Maybe a little bit lower. Here. There we go. No, a little bit more. Here. Look at this, chat. Look at this. Perfect. You don't see the URLs, right? This is perfect now. Oh my god, I'm becoming a pro streamer. I don't even know, like, bruh, for real, for real. So this one is gone. Auguri Orko. We have a new puzzles. So this, okay, this one's. Is everything alright with the teams? Are the teams all okay? Or is there like somewhere help needed in the rooms? Become a streamer, they said. It's gonna be easy, they said. Shit. Okay. Second one. There we go. You can still join. Everyone is welcome to join. If you join us in Lounge, if you go on Discord, you go on Lounge, then we're just gonna move you into a team. There we go. There we go. You can say hi to your teammates. Bottom right. Alright. It took a little bit longer, but I did not call Aquardance. I sent them an email, though. I love you too, Prosciutto. I love you too. How are you spending your day? You will finish the puzzle in 10 minutes? Well, do they have access to it? Or they don't have access. Wait, before sending it, let me give you the start. Do they have access to the link? They don't have it. The job for Cami's on it. Perfect. Okay. Rua, before sending, they should now have access to the chat. Do you have access to the chat of your team room? Rua does not see anything, Cami. Do you need me to help you, Cami? You know that I can help you with stuff. In the meantime, I'll be right here with you. How are you? You have no chat in the voice channel. They still don't have. You don't have access to anything. Let me give you. I'm gonna give you for today. Cami's gonna hate me so much. I'm gonna give you for today the cool stuff. Roll. Oh. Do they need to leave and rejoin? I don't think so. I don't think so. Do you, among the players, do you know anyone that you think is gonna be the best one? That you see and you saw in the past and you thought, oh, they're really good at this? Ooh? If you had So Rico is the favorite one for now. Okay. Is that a bromance? Oh, that's cute. That's cute. Why do you like him so much? What? What did you say? Okay. No problem. So, as soon as we start, I'm gonna enter in every single room. And I'm gonna be introducing you to the team. Oh, they wanna do it now? Okay, let me go introduce the teams. Okay. that people can see. Oh, Copa, do you want to join? Copa is gonna go in team number 2. Copa is like, oh, okay, then I'm not gonna put in Rico. It's already the favorite one. Okay. If you want to join me in, you're gonna be do you want to be the broadcaster with me today? Okay. You want to join me in team 1 so we can talk to them? Yet, Copa, you're already in team 3. Let's go in team 1. Hello, hello. Hi, team 1. Hi, team 1. How are you doing? How are you feeling for today? Confident? Nice, nice. We like this. We like this. How are you? Have you ever played a puzzle? Okay. Like an online puzzle? Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. And do you want to say something to the other teams to let them know that you're gonna win? So nice, so nice. Okay, okay. Cool. We're gonna move to the team number 2. Hello, team number 2. Hello. We are in the presence of the favorite one, of Rico. Yeah. Rico, how do you feel about being the favorite one? Yeah, that's normal, right? Oh, did you really bet on stream? Okay, okay. Are you actually? Okay. Rua, do you want to say something to your friend? Okay. A broadcaster really not like sided, not biased, no, not at all, not at all. Cool, 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 cool. Okay, that's team number 3. Good luck. Hello, team number 3. How are you? Hello, Copa deafened me. I joined in and Copa just deafened me. Copa! Piece of trash. Hello, how are you doing? Good, thank you. Are you ready for today? Okay. Really? Why not you, Mess? Why not you? Okay. Okay. What? They are the dark horses? What does it mean? The best? Oh, okay. Why are they the underdog? Yeah. Oh, okay. Oh, Kotpa is a rage quitter? Oh, shit. Kami, are you here because you want to say something? Okay. So they do have the link? Everyone has the link? Kami. Then, okay, I'll leave you to start the game. Sorry. Can you see the link? Go start it. Go start it. Holy fuck, Kami. Wait, I think, Rua, if you can hear me, I think you can join the, I think you can join the G's office without having any problems, right? I was hoping for I thought like we were going to I thought we were going to have like a start. They didn't they also started later than the others. I feel so bad for them. Kami, I wanted to like 3, 2, 1, let's go. Ah, Kami doesn't let me have good things. Kami does not allow me to have good things. Rua, if you're hearing this and you want to still broadcast, you can come into the wait, how is it? You can come into the G's office. You cannot still see teams. What do you mean? What do you mean you can still cannot see? Team 1? Team 2? Team 3? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1. You cannot join in waiting room? Oh, you cannot join in waiting. Oh. Hello, how come you cannot join my office? What's wrong with it? So many things. I gave you the power. I thought I was. Well, let me give you also. You're gonna also be part of the community support. There you go. I gotcha. You're there. How? Oh, they have it here. Oh, that's where they are. Oh, that's where their link is. Okay, Kami, I found out. How do you feel about the start? I see that the team 2 is already. Look at them. They're already They're going for the idea of like dividing the colors that they find in there. Team number 1 is going for a very different kind of approach. So like they're like already trying to find like couples. And team number 3 is also going for like dividing the colors. Which one do you think is the smartest choice? Yeah. Wait, let me add. Chat has been complaining that I also they cannot see team 1, 2, 3. No, team. If I do teams. Oh, like that. Yeah, but chat teams names keep changing because people keep joining in and out. But Jafar, thank you for doing that, by the way. Let me remove this. Okay. Is there like a way to see like the statistics of like oh shit. Is there a way to see the statistics of like how much they're trying to make how many pieces they got so far? Oh, here you see also the names now, chat, finally. I'll find a way. Sorry? There is no way to see like how many they got already in? Yeah, but maybe you can see how many they were like the percentage of the puzzle done, no? By the way, you see like they're 3 minutes behind. Not team 3, it's 3 minutes behind from the first team. So we have to consider that like should we like consider that and just hide the puzzle chat. Hide puzzle chat. Hide chat log. All right. Okay. Sorry. We will be considering that when we will be choosing the champion because like they had 3 minutes more. Do you think that we should go until everyone ends? You know what we're gonna. Yeah. Every team can end, and something that we can do is. Wait, what's wrong? Team 1 didn't start early. Team 1 did start early. 7 minutes 32. They have 4 minutes 55. They did start earlier. JJ. They waited until everyone else went. Oh, really? They did waited? Did they actually? How sweet of them. Are we sure? A member of Team 1 is sat next to me. I saw her scream. Oh, okay. We trust Team 1. But I was wondering why Jumper getting so angry because he is siding on one side. All right. I get it. Yeah. Okay, so consider chat that Team 1, we have a person that is very close to the boss, you know? So they have insights from the inside. So they will be teaching them how to like get there. The banana is also good at puzzles. Okay. All right. Really? Oh, have you been watching? So in Team 1 we have Gabriel, Nathan, Mobius, then Banana, and Samurai Akazo. They just mistake the last letter, I guess. Team 2 we have Rico, Lorenzo, Marius, and Kelita. Team number 3 we have Kotpas, Tatwa, Croca Lovers, alright, and Mr. Mess. Yep. What is the stack cheating method? What? Yeah? No, well, we can explain it on stream. Like, in any case, we can see if they do it, they're disqualified. If they do that, we kick them out. In any case, team 1 has 5 people. It's 5 people. It's just there is me and like the others have 4. You know? Oh yeah, so if you stack one over each other and they just stuck together? I get him. Yeah, no cheating, that's for sure. That would be boring. Yeah, I also can. What the fuck is that? What are we hearing? No, from me. I'm hearing like... What am I hearing? Wait, let me go check. What am I hearing? Maybe it was a song. It was a song? Is the song? That was weird. No, that was weird. I did not lose it, just it was weird. Anyway. Did you do any real puzzles during these holidays? No? Team number 2 is going for the borders. Look at them. That's actually what I really like to do. I like to do the borders usually. And team 1 has found a parts of borders. Yeah, no problem. That makes sense. So maybe it should be more like you do your own part, and when you find an edge, you put it on the side. You know what we can do? Do you want to hop into team 1 and ask them how are they like? What is their strategy for today? Okay, I'll see you there. Hello, team number 1. How are you doing? How is the puzzle looking for you? All right. Mm. Mm. And do you have a specific strategy for today? You just I see that you're doing like the borders, some of them, but then like you don't have any specific strategy in your mind. You're just gonna go and find if you find something that clicks together. No, that's fine. That's nice. That's having fun kind of strategy. I like it. I like it. Oh yeah, true. You already have that part. Well, good luck to you. We're gonna go ask the team 2. Don't listen to their strategy. Bye. Hello, team number 2. How is it looking for you, the puzzle? Mm-hmm. Cool, cool. I see that you're also going for like putting together the white part of the puzzle. Mm-hmm. Okay. How is the communication going? Okay, okay. Just. Mm-hmm. 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 If anyone ever starts to fight with someone else, please let me know. I want the gossips. I want the drama. Yeah, please. Okay, then good luck. We're going to the team 3. Bye. Hello, team 3. How are you doing? How is it go? How is it coming along? Do you find it hard? Mm-hmm. What do you think is the most difficult part of it? Mm, I see. I see. Nice. Then good luck. What? What? You had a fight? Wait, what fight did you had? Tell me all about it. What's going on? You had a fight, or who is the leader now? You still haven't sorted it out? Who are the candidates? Oh, everyone wants to be? And how do you think you're gonna do it? Like, are you gonna like do it like the one that gets more pieces together gets to be the leader? But then you will have a lot of responsibility if you're the leader. You know that, right? Like if it doesn't go well, then it's your fault. All right. How do you flip a coin with 4 faces? Okay. Okay. All right. All right. All right. Do you have a specific strategy for today? Like, do you like you just going to like categorizing colors and that's it? Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. Good luck. Enjoy the game. Bye. Ah. This is actually fine. I like to be a caster of this shit. Not doing. Oh, that's my Christmas belly. Sorry. I Hi, Rua. Welcome back. Now you saw the office. Yeah, nice. Flip it 2 times. We have 4 combos. Fair. How do you pass the Christmas with your family? It was really good, Daniel. How was yours? And yeah, everyone can still join the puzzle. You just come into Discord, into the lounge, and then we move you into a different team. Everyone can still go that. We have a new contestant. Who's that? Where is it? I don't see anyone new. Where? Come lounge there. Oh, damn, son. Yeah, move them into the team 2. Think we're ready? Or should I move them? I'll move them. Damn, son, enjoy team 2. Team 2, you got a new contestant. But wait. Okay, now that you're seeing how they're starting, how do you feel? Like, do you still think that team 2 is gonna win? I found them kind of lost. No? Right? Yeah, because they worked already on like some pieces that they can work all around it, and then there's also like all the borders almost. Yeah, I feel like for an yeah. Yeah, I agree. Give me a second. How would you have done this? Would you have it like would you have had like a specific strategy? You would have been a leader? Yeah, right? I agree. I agree 100% on that. I agree. And what would you do as a leader? Like, what would be your directions? Okay. Do you want to join any team? You like to be a caster? You like the casting side? I'd have to say like team 1 is looking very good. If I had to bet on, we have to say that they have the advantage of having one more person in their team. But team 2 has a new entrance. Team 2 has a new entry right now. So like maybe the new contestant is gonna actually give them a little bit of a sprint. Okay. Sorry, fixing stuff. Okay. I have to say, like, now they're, like, maybe moving forward already. Still, like, they have the edges, not really figure it out, and... Oh, we have a new person? No, still 4 people in this puzzle. Tier number 3 is stuck, isn't it? They're not moving. I don't see pieces moving around. Is it because they're missing a leader? If anyone in chat wants to join and give a little bit of a sprint to team 3, because they're like, right now, if she wants. Yeah. Everyone can join. You don't have to do anything. You just put in pieces together. And it's really easy to understand. For the white Christmas. Yeah, because that is the only team with 4 people. What? She's too busy dealing with her hangover. Understandable. I'm so tired, will only make it worse. It's okay. It's on a white Christmas. I will help team 3. I don't think that it's fair if I help the team, you know? Not just because I'm very good at it, but also because like I can see where everyone is and I know the strategies they're applying. I don't want drunk people in my team. A script on post Instagram and I give another help. Durex. Oh, Daniel, there were a lot of people that had fun for the Durex thing. Did you know that on Christmas I played bingo with my family, and the gifts were very random. So of course I won nothing, zero, niche, but my mom got bingo, and she won a pack of condoms. Did you know that, Rua? Yeah, my mom won a pack of condoms. Yeah. And then she was like, "Oh, I don't need them. Maybe you're gonna need them more." And I looked at her like, "Not really. No, I don't think so." She tried. I don't. Anyway, do you usually play bingo with your family on holidays? For us, on Christmas and on usually on holidays, yes, we do. Like not everyone, but it's like it's normal for us. You can make balloons with those. What? No, like if you have like, yeah, the more you are, the better, I think. But it's okay. If I had gifts to give you, yeah. By the way, the gift to my sister and my... Oh, I think that I haven't showed you chat, actually. So, like, we had a Secret Santa with the side of family with my dad. And my Secret Santa decided to give me a book for Christmas. And it's a book about how to become a streamer. What? We could. It's in Italian though. Like they gifted me a book that comes in useful. And finally, what do you mean finally? What do you mean finally? I swear. And there's like how to set up a stream, like how to start, how to insert like a scene, how to even by people written by people that are not streamers. It's okay. But that's a bad gift, I agree, but they actually gave me a good gift, which is very difficult to give, which is a business idea. And the business idea is I'm gonna write the same book with Ank, or at least I'm gonna help him to write the book. And it's gonna be a book on how to become a streamer by two people that are actually streamers. And it's gonna be, well, it's gonna be in Italian, but it's gonna be more successful than this one for sure. And we're also gonna add more people, more stuff on like burnout and all of like the realness behind being a streamer. Because everyone's like, oh my god, I wanna be a streamer, I wanna be a YouTuber. And then you realize all the things that there are behind. If there's one thing you like, it's writing. Yep. Yep, I really like writing. Yep. A snowman and me. Hums? Stop that. But yeah, I'm gonna write it with Anchor. I think that it could be cool. Like, we could make it not just like it could be like this side, this way, like with like paper, like all of like really cool way. But it can also be just printed with Amazon. And actually, I have a book that a friend, by the way, Mike Akatrips wrote, and you would have loved him, Rua, but he's not streaming anymore. And it's one of those books that Amazon publishes. Wait, let me find it. I want you to know that yeah. I thought I licked my feet, but no. Self-publishing, yeah. This is the book that this friend of mine gave me, like that I actually bought. And it's, apart from the fact that, chat, if I can suggest you a book, this is actually really, really good. If you're going through like a breakup or shit like that, and this is actually good. I'm not saying that I'm not sponsored, no nothing, no shit. I bought it at the beginning just to make, like, to do him a favor, but I actually ended up liking it. It's a really, really good book. I Escaped Through You, but it's about a relationship that started. Yeah, it's a novel. It's really, really good. It's called I Escaped Through You. It's a story about two people that met each other, as many people do right now. They met each other through League of Legend, or like it's called in another way, but in the end it's like League of Legend, and they started to have this kind of relationship that is very. Just say yes, just write yes, Polpetta. They met each other through like League of Legend or any kind of other game like that, and decided to like talk every single day, and then it started to be like a very obsessive relationship. It's really, really good. If you want to read something that will actually make you like keep reading, this one, I loved it. And it's also supporting like a small guy from the UK. So like, and it's a lovely person, human being. So just letting you know. How can I chat in the puzzle? I don't know, actually. I bet he'd love to hear that. We miss him. I actually wrote to Mike for Christmas. Rua, I was saying that you would have liked Mike because you like Air, and Mike gave the same vibes as Air. Yeah. So if you like him, because it was too much. Actually, like talking like from as we were saying, like the book, like this, like How to Become a Streamer, doesn't include like all the stress and like the expectation that being a streamer can lead you to, and actually like I think that would be useful, like if he, like I would like to have his input too, for sure. Is it from Mike Arnold? Gonna get that. Yes, Felix. If you know Mike Arnold, at Mike Akatrips on Twitch, get this book. Trust. Hi, Brian. Hello. But yeah. Have you ever, like, if you had to write a book, Rua, what would you write about? Yeah. I mean, I think that there's a lot of books though out there that are written by people that generally don't have anything to say. They should not even open their mouth, right? And I feel the same. I feel I'm scared of getting into that category of like being like, why did she write a book? What does she have to say? You know? So I don't. No. Yeah, like writing your thesis. But wait, did you? Are you looking? Are you looking at? Are you looking at Team One? Holy shit! And by the way, is it? Are you seeing like how is the puzzle is actually very small? I did not expect it. If you write a book on streaming, it's probably going to be better than 99% of shit out there. It's gonna be like, the idea is like Enk knows a lot of people that are huge streamer. I am a very small streamer, Chad. I love you, but I'm a very small streamer. And there's huge streamers, and Enk knows many of the big Italian ones. And I think that it will be so valuable to have their inputs in a book like that. And it's definitely gonna be bigger than this. This is a joke. So I'm still gonna thank that person, that family member for sure, because this is giving me huge, beautiful ideas. Beautiful ideas. 160 is small. Shut up! You can sell that in other countries too, but if it's in Italian, it's gonna be difficult. We can maybe translate it. You could have done it months ago and it would have been a really nice book. We can still do it. I think that we're still in time. That's the goal for 2023. January 2nd, I am super excited to be doing like, how is it called? I actually made resolutions. I made an entire thing with I made an entire template with for the resolutions and for the annual review. I'm gonna show you like really quickly. I'm gonna be sharing this template with you, but here is like the annual. You're gonna see like a blank thing, like a dark thing on top of there. Well, let me remove it for you. Like real quickly, this is the annual review that we will be reviewing together. Each one of you will have this and we can do it together on January 2nd. And then we have this page for like the resolutions and like vision board that we can also work on it together. I'm very excited because I want to share with you like all the crazy ideas that I have, and I want you to help me to figure it out like a priority on it. Like how much you think it could be important for you or for us as a community. Anyway. And also we're going to be looking at Notion. Like we're going to be doing that with Notion. If you don't know Notion, we can talk about it then. Yes. Yes. Whoa! Don't. Nothing happened. No worries. Don't you worry about it. No, nothing happened. Nothing happened. What? What is this? No! Come here! Who did this? Cami, I can see it was you. Cami, I was also... Cami, you choose the best moment to do it. Cami just made a bot join in our call to just rickroll us. Cami, it was not Jalford. I can see Discord. Like a party... percentage play and then the song. I'm not dumb. Stupid. Sorry, what were you saying? Interrupted you. But I really like it. I really like Notion in like these colors. You don't? Let me see. Let me see how it looks like in dark mode. Oh man, it's so not good. Just not good. Look at it, it's just not good. I'm not gonna remove the things. Oh, dog. I agree, it doesn't look good in dark mode, and I generally prefer stuff in dark mode, but not Notion. Notion is the only one that I could never keep in dark. Really? Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Oh. Well, I think that maybe in team number 3 just focused a little bit too much into like categorizing things in the different colors, because it's okay if you do a little bit, but if your only goal is to just divide the colors, then it's like you're losing time. Yeah. You think so? Because like there's a lot of whites, you know, together. I would rather like, I like how the team 1 went for like pieces. Like they found something and they worked around it. They found something else, they're working around it. I think that's more easier to like put them things together. But at the same time, Jalford promised me that Team 1 waited for everyone to join in. So, I don't know. The timer starts when they grab a piece. Oh. If anyone in chat wants to join and help Team 3, since they're lacking one person, go for it. Just join in chat, join in Discord, go in lounge, and we're just gonna move you in there. Someone grabbed a piece and then stopped. It's okay. Okay, we're gonna trust that. It's gonna trust that. Are you sure you're not telling lies, JJ? Team 3 needs you. Yes. So, but okay, so you said that you don't feel like you have the knowledge on anything to write a book on it. But if you were able to have all the knowledge about it, like all the time about it, what would you love to write about? Would you be like into write like a novel, or like something like, or maybe like an essay or something? What are the ones that you like the most, though? I freaking know that one. You know that I've actually been following the course that there is also on Coursera about it, because I wanted to like then do like a live where I explain to you what does it says and we talk about it. But I've never done it. Like I have the slides. I have everything. Like wait. I can show you. I have all the slides for it, but I've never done it in the end because I got stressed. Yeah. Let me find it. How our brain works, I was calling it. There we go. That's how it was. That's it. How our brain works. And I have all the slides. I have the flipper. You know, like because I thought about this. I was thinking more about the flipper kind of methodology instead of the octopus, if you remember. You see, I have everything, but I'm just yeah. I should be. The book is what? A mind. A mind. Okay. Okay. Oh, that's very interesting. So you would like to write a book like that, like around those topics? If you had the knowledge, if you had a new perspective. Oh, look at Team 2. Team 2 finally got like a new piece together. Like they got these ones. Oh, they're starting also to build on that. And they have... because they divided the colors also. So maybe it might be a little bit easier now to find the pieces. Like, I see that they are dividing things according to what they kind of look like. You see here, for example. Yeah. Team 3 might be a little bit back. Okay. If it was for me, I think that I'd like to write like a book that is like an essay. Pescivendolo, sorry, I have to flame someone. Pescivendolo, it's okay for me to be this ugly because your dad can see very deeply inside of me. And that's okay. That's everything I need in my life. Anyway, if I could, I would write like an essay, but I don't feel like I have any new point or anything to raise. So I just I would like to write a novel. I think that a novel, like a fantasy with a lot of people, like things that go intersecate to each other, like that would be so cool. I will be crying every single time that I'm writing something, but never, never. I don't like writing. I'm not great at writing. I think that's because I doubt myself very much. But did you see that Notion? Did you see that with Notion now you can also have the AI thing? Did you know? I swear that was not being like I was not trying to promote shit, but like it's so cool. Like you can write anything. Wait, let me try. Let me do something. Let me show you something. No, 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 not inside. No, sorry, 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 sorry. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it to do that. Wait, 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 wait. Like test. We can also test it out like in Stalker Chernobyl. Thank you for the tier 1. I appreciate you. Welcome in. Nice to have you here. Nice, super nice to have you here. But like we're gonna test it. We're gonna show you more in the when we do the whole thing with the on the 2nd of January. But look at what you can do. You can just do this. Help me write 5 reasons to use dark mode instead of light mode. It's like ChatGPT. GPT? Dark mode is easier on the eye, especially when using screens for extended periods of time. Dark mode can help improve battery life on devices with OLED screens. Dark mode can help reduce eye straining and fatigue, leading to improved focus. It can make text easier to read in low light conditions. Dark mode can help create a more immersive experience when viewing media. What it's based on, I have no idea, Ank. But it's so cool that they improved it in here. It feels a lot like ChatGPT. It feels like a lot like that because Zoo is acting the same way. So it could be. If you want to search on it, Ank, and just let me know in the future. Is it good? It's good. I like it. I really love it. Like if you have an idea, then you can just go back in there and check it. You know, you can just fill up ideas with that. I really like it. I'm loving everyday more Notion. By the way, anyway. Okay, I think that Team 3 is slowly starting to move on. I think that their mistake is like to have these things in the middle of the Reddit middles. I would not like place them there. Like that's distracting. But look at Team 1. What the heck? You don't have to pay to use that. You don't have to pay to use that. I think. I'm not paying Notion, so you know you don't have to pay. With Lightroom, you can get a good tan without getting out of your room. Shut up. Have you used GPT on Notion? I don't know if it's that. GPT-3? Okay. Arya's in Team 3? Team 1? No, it is not. Team 1 used the influence of strong powers? Yes. To get this far ahead? Yeah. They're not declaring what it is. I don't think it's GPT because the cause of the APIs would be insane. Oh, because the call of the API. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it's not an API. Maybe it's just like it's embedded. Like not embedded, but 20 cents every call? Caruso. How does it work? Oh, like this? Go into your corner for 5 minutes. Don't be mean to people. In the corner, and you're lucky that I didn't give you a cone hat with donkey on it. Oh. Did you have lunch today? What? Yeah. Oh no. Holy fucking shit. I didn't think about it. 10:30. Are we keeping you awake? Mm. Well, am I wrong or you're a baby? No? Okay. Never mind. Because I don't know why. Because I know that you're from Australia, so in my brain you are the same as Ren. You know? And he's a baby to me. He's like he's 19 or 18. No, is he? Why do I have in my brain the fact that he cannot drink in the US? What? Okay, I think that maybe maybe when I met him, he couldn't drink the first time, and in my brain he's stuck with that age. He's stuck with that age. How can I get the? Oh, Nathan, I think that you have to like apply. There's like a waiting list to join. He has told you this before. But I miss you doing it yourself, like we did at Milan Games Week. Wait, what? All right. Oh my god, Team 1 is so ahead. But I don't see Team 2 like working enough. I see only one person. Am I wrong? I only see one person like doing stuff. Yeah. Team 3 is fucked. Ank, if you wanna Ank, that was Ank. Ank, if you wanna join the puzzle, you can join. We're looking for someone to join the Team 3, which is with one less player. Oh, Team 2 break time? Oh, Team 2 is in break? Team 2 is having a break? What is this? Are they actually having like a pee time? No, it's not. Is that a winner kind of way of acting? Tactical break after 45 minutes. Actually makes sense. Actually makes sense. It's like a pit stop. Alright. Are they... Ank. Wait, shall we join back the teams and see how are the moods going? So we can also see who's peeing and who's not. Okay. I'll see you in Team 1. Hello, team. Hello, Team 1. How are you doing? Yeah, you're doing pretty good. Hi. You're doing pretty good. Look at you. You're going very fast. What do you think helped you the most to get this far? Did you take any pee breaks or anything like that? No? I like the attitude. Alright. We're gonna leave you to it because I think that you're pretty good at it and you don't need any support, no nothing. Enjoy the rest of the game. Good luck. Bye. Team 2, what's up? What's going on? Who is taking the break? Oh, I see that. Who is peeing right now? Who went out for a smoke break? What's going on? Nobody? Really? Okay, how are you feeling? Like Team 1 is very ahead. What is your next strategy like to bring home this game? Okay. Okay, you're going with that strategy. Yep. Okay. Understandable. Well, we're gonna leave you because you have a lot of work to go through. And we're gonna go see how's Team 3 doing. Good luck. Bye. So, I see a new entry in Team 3. Hi, Arya! Oh my god, Team 3. Oh my god, Team 3, you're stuck. What's going on? What is happening? Yeah, that makes sense. Arya came. Arya needed to. So, wait. Does this mean that Arya is your real team leader now? Remember, you were lacking of leadership before. Oh, okay, okay, okay. Oh, yeah, sure, sure. Arya, what are you bringing to this team? Joy. Okay, more organization. What? Okay. Oh, nice. How did you find them when you arrived? What were they struggling with? Oh, shit. Shit. Aya, do you think that you can actually like bring them to a win? You believe, you believe. Okay, okay, okay. Good luck then. What do you want to say something to them? By the way, letting you know that Aang said that he might join Team 3 soon, not because Arya is here. Oh. No one asked. Oh well, I'm trying to bring you like new people to help you. You just okay, okay. Anchor can join. You want Anchor? You want or you don't want Anchor? You want Anchor? Okay, no, Anchor. They actually watch it. Oh, okay, okay, okay. I don't know. All right. Enjoy the rest of the competition. Bye. Bye. Anchor, I think that they want you but not Arya. Shit. They want you but not Arya. Oh my god. I don't like that no one asked the emote was so toxic and so bad. I'm not gonna reintroduce that. I'm not gonna reintroduce that. Ank, have you ever done like a puzzle or anything like that? And if you want to join on Discord, just let me know. You just join the office. I don't think you can join the office, but just wherever. I think that I ate too many fennels, then my stomach is hurting. Ah. It's quite fun, but on screen, I don't know. It's actually so relaxing to do it on screen. On screen, it's super relaxing because they do like hear it. Let's hear it. Let's see if we can hear it. Let me. Do you hear the clicks? Oh, the clickety. They made it so good. It's just so. Yes. Yes. Hear it. Yeah. Yeah. It's better than phone notifications for sure. For sure. What? Oh, okay. Are we still like going for like we still think that the one winning is gonna be team one? Can you have even very simple puzzles? Cause this thing could be used as challenge in the various challenge things. What? Can you have even very simple puzzles? Because this thing could be used as challenge in the various challenge things. Yep. Yeah, but did you understand the last part? Because this thing could be used. Oh, like when we chose people for the CERN. Oh, that's what you mean, Ank. Yes, 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 yes. It was still. Yeah, you were saying sorry, Rua. How can you edit it? What can you modify? Mm-mm. Mm. Oh shit. Oh shit.
Giulio Orgaroni di Buon Natale. Spiro non mi saliuri per che parlo italiano fatto un mio con regional che ora sta a molta haha. Comunque casata partiti orgaro il meglio e nonostante la tua bellezza riesci a portare contenuti diversi dalla stereopisciani che la gente del bel stream. Allora ASMR oggi domani? Haha, EC roots stami bene.
Lena, thank you so much for the 100 BDs. I appreciate you. AC Roots. Have a beautiful Christmas. Have a beautiful Christmas and holidays. Sorry, Ruan. It was how is it called? A donation. By the way, I also want to try to set up the microphone with the Go XLR with the cable, but apparently it's gonna suck very much. And I'm gonna maybe use in the future the new, like not the new microphone, the microphone that Ank gently provided to me. What if Leonard has an English accent? Leonard, aren't you in Paris? You should be knowing a little bit of English, right? Be like me? How you guys know how tackle and grip the puzzle? Oh, it's fine, Kanka. You just try stuff out. You just try things out. Oh, look at Team 2! Yeah, I stopped looking at it for a second. As an very understandable English, and it's okay. Oh my god, the eyes they have are... Team, is that chat? Anyone, if anyone wants to join Team 3, I'm gonna put everyone who wants to do it all together in Team 3. We're gonna give them a little bit of a push, and even if they get 10 people, still, we're gonna put them all in Team 3. So we make it more fun, more entertaining. Yeah, Aria debuff. Because I like to make it like this, Gelford. I'm like the Jigsaw, you know. Like I like to play these games. When you joined in, I was like, "Do you wanna play a game?" Alex, just join on Discord. Go in lounge. Gelford, this is mostly because I think that they still would not make it. Congrats, your English is wonderful, and please don't lost to the best macaroni accent is a plus for us. It's okay. I don't think that I will be ever changing my own accent. It's okay. Yes, I understood. Yes. You feel disrespected? Think about your... I know, you're still... Think about the puzzle cut by I'm giving you help. Oh, there we go. Who? Team 3? You think so? I don't think so. Just go for it! I'm making it a mess. I like the mess. Ah. Jigsaw hosting a puzzle competition would be very on the nose. What do you mean on the nose? What does it mean on the nose? This is also the right music. Kind of scary. Christmas tension. Let's see if we can give them like a little buff. Let's see if we can give them a little buff. Team 2 is sleeping. Team 2 is completely sleeping. The next 2 people that are joining lounge, I'm putting them in Team 2. Next ones are gonna go in Team 2. We're gonna make it more difficult for Team 1. Team 2 never came back from the break. Wait. You wanna go for it? Go for it. Go. They need the boost. Go for it. Go for it. Go. Burning in the eyes? Wait, how do you have burning eyes? Don't touch them. Team 2 has also Rua now helping them. Rua is a pro player of this game, so you're gonna see them working very fast. So to make it more difficult, we add that. Wait, there's music is way too loud. Sorry, music was too loud. The music got louder. Sorry, my bad. So since team number 1 is way ahead, we're giving team 3 2 more people. And instead, Team 2 is going to have 1 more person only, but the person is Rua. Lorenzo, go take a rest. Stop playing puzzles and go do some study. No, it's okay. I'll leave the study to you, bad boys. I think you need it. And Team 1 has Jalfor supervision. Actually, it might be. Jalfor, are you giving tips like, oh, that should go there? No, there, right there. Are they copying each other? I hope so. They're doing the same image. I hope so. This really would help. If Team 1 loses, they need to stop playing puzzles forever? No. Look at them. They're doing very good. They didn't start very well, but it's really cool that also when you speak English, you conserve your personality. When I studied French the first month, when I spoke French, it felt weird. Right? But you know, Leonard, there are studies that they say that when you change language, when you use a different language, you also use a different personality of yours. I might join 1 for 10 minutes, then I have to leave. Cami, you can join... You can join Team 3. Look at them. They're way behind, aren't they? Still, okay, you can join Team 3. Am I wrong, chat? Or maybe Team 2. Team 2, Cami. Team 2. My English Ank and Italian Ank are both perverts, though. Yeah, we know that, Ank. No worries. We are very well aware about that. Extremely aware of that. Language changes personality. Yeah, it is proven. It is actually proven. Like when I speak Chinese, I'm actually like, all cute and sweet. And no. 2 people waiting in lounge. They're gonna go. Oh, T Christian. We're gonna send them move to Team 2. And Alexis, Team 3. Go for it. I don't know how to explain, but it's something that I feel. Yeah, I know, I agree. It's proven. Okay, gotta learn Chinese. Wait, no. No. When Jean speaks Chinese, she acts like someone in chat. Yes, because for me, people in chat, when they complain, they're like, beep, 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 beep. Your Discord is called CEO Gang. Yes, that's the name of the community stalker. That's our ideas. That's what we stand for. Chat, if you had to bet now, who do you think will be winning? Who is winning? Or actually, since this is way too easy. This might be way too easy. Who do you think is going to be the last one? Who's going to be the last one? I think this one is more difficult. Because 2 and 3 are like very close. Team 2 is losing. You see, I don't see pieces going around in Team 2. Only up there, but none down here. That's why I'm saying I want to put more people in Team 2. Can't lose if they never finish. Team 2 is smoking in the break. But we added... Now Team 2 has 3, 6, 7 people. Team 2 has 7 people working. Team 1 has 5 people. And Team 3 has 3, 6, 8 people. I mean, I cannot be helping them more. And Team 2 has Rua too. And Rua counts like double. And Team 3 has Aya, so they have 6 people. Wait, hold on, chat. You know what? I'm gonna get myself water drop with caffeine in it. I feel like I need it a little bit. Because I cannot get coffee. Hi, mama. Ciao. Give me this second. I'm gonna give you with the music vibes and the puzzle. Be right back. I'm back. I finished mixing and mastering for my new track. You have a track? Like Julia. Oh, you're doing that kind of music? Hi, welcome back. Yes, I'm gonna go for my drop of water. That's the Fennels. Drop of water drop. Music went off? You're a musician better than Ank. It's not like you need a lot to like be better than Ank, you know? Music is Omega quiet. There we go. Picho, hi! Oh, hi Ank! Hi Ank! Wait. Now you love me? Lena, I thought you loved me already. What the heck? Went real quiet, quite off. Oh, yeah. I did it on purpose because I didn't want it to be too loud. How is it going now? How is it looking like now? Now that we added... Okay, now they're starting to get like the brown part here. Okay. I hate that they made it here in this corner because it's difficult for me to move around, but it's okay. I'm gonna deal with it. How are they? I think that they're starting to like realize that they have to work around. I see they came back from the break at least. They came back from the break, didn't they? No more people on break in Team 2. But I see Team 1, they haven't gone to the white part of it. Like you see that they're leaving all these parts. Because that is going to be very difficult. That is going to be really, really hard to do. Extremely hard to do. So it could be like I think that everything is still open because it could be that one team has just more luck, you know. Is Santa wearing nothing under the rope? Wait, he is. He is. Wait, I don't know. You cannot see it. What is that question, JJ? Wait. You're the king of cringe. Wait, yesterday I played in a club with a lot of gay people. Okay. And when they tried with me, I said, my heart is only for Julia. Wow, I'm so lucky. Fuck. I'm very lucky. I am actually impressed. So romantic. Shit. Okay. 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 Anyway, moving on to the puzzles. I see that Team 2 is actually being awake again. They're finally doing something. They are okay. They're working on doing things. Let's go. Nice. Beautiful. Nice. The other day, after all, might need that prize from the other day, after all. Which prize? No, Team 2 is working. Look at them. I would like. Wait, Rua is the light blue one, and where is that one? Rua, what are you doing? You're not doing shit. You're not helping. Rua. Oh, they did this part. Okay, never mind. Never mind. They did something. Can I crush your hopes by telling you that Jigsaw become easier the more you complete them? So Team 1 has 99% won. But they're still missing the hardest part. They're still missing all of this part. All of this part. You know, Mevex? And this one is all looking the same, so. The farmer's pile of cow dung I saw on my dog walk before was more romantic. What? Excuse me, what? Motivate? Nathan! You got this, Nathan! Which team are you? I think, wait, are you in a team, right? I saw you in a team. Wait, maybe I can see it from Discord. Am I wrong? I saw you in a team. No, you're not? One? You're in team 1? Oh, there we go. Nathan. Yeah, I'm stupid. Nathan! You are so close to the win. It's your time to decide. Do you want to just chill a little bit and do as the rabbit did? That on a run with the turtle, they decided to slip a little and then the turtle just passed them? Or do you want to be smart, rabbit, and go for the win? You choose. You freaking choose. There we go. So okay on Team 2, worst decision of the day. That's what happens. They were like the ones that were the most favorable ones, and I don't know. Something that is surprising for me is that they're not working on the eyes yet. I can see pieces like I can see pieces that would be the eyes, you know, like here. That could be, but they're not working on it yet. I would have gone from it because since it's like so easy to see. Oh God, but you're beautiful. Even if you might not win, you're still looking beautiful today. Never mind. On Team 1, easy club. Oh my God. Good to use the angst bet. You got this. But they're all too close, I think. I would like to know if the... Oh. What is the dumb was having fun there? Team 1 is mocking us. Team 1 is so good that they're even mocking us. Team 1 is so... like, oh, look at us. I don't even need to like try to win. I'm just good. I'm just gonna play a little bit. Oh my goodness. I'm just gonna go hear how the teams are going. We've been through an hour of this. 1 hour and still no winners. Can we actually have a winner in this game? I'm wondering. Let's go see. So, Team 1, since I see you have a lot of time to make fun of us, you might have some time to talk to us. How are you doing? What? You need to focus. Oh yeah, sorry. I mean, you are way ahead. I mean, you don't need to focus that much, right? You are also just making Santa Claus sing. Oh, okay. Okay, sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm sorry. I'm gonna let you finish. Yeah. Ah, okay. No, it's fine. I can I it's okay. I know it's not like I got hurt from it. No. It's it's okay. So how are you seeing? Do you still think you're gonna win? Okay. Okay, good. That's really important. Don't take it for granted because you know that the white part is coming very soon, and that's gonna be the most difficult part. And that, and I heard that that is also like on that it depends a lot like on the luck. How do you feel about luck? Oh, okay. Nice. I'll let you focus then. I'm gonna join team 2. Bye. Hello, team 2. How are you doing? How are the new members? Mm-hmm. Mm. I saw you were not moving stuff around. Really? Did he woke you up? Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so was it a good addiction? Was it good to... Okay. Okay. What about the new members? We also had a Christian joining you. Okay. Good. Good. Ah, you got this. Oh, then you're doing amazing. You're doing amazing. Then let me go check the dumb team, the team 3. See you. Hello, team 3. I hear Kami already complaining. Hi. Hi, how are you doing? You, what do you mean, Sam? Did you feel any improvement since Kami joined the team? Oh wait, you just got the eyes. I see that. Good job. It's going well. It's not going too bad. Hmm. Sure. About number 1, no, I said that it's gonna be difficult. That it's not that sure that they get it because they're soon gonna get to the white part of the drawing, and that white part is very difficult because it's a lot of luck that depends on it. And I know that Cam is very lucky. Oh, you still don't? Come on, but that's being dumb. How you don't you remember your pin? My God. Kami. Shit. Alright. Oh my goodness. Well, I don't know if adding Kami was a good decision. Like, I swear I was trying to help you. I swear. Why am I nerfing you? Oh. Ah, okay, okay. Kami, did you use your mod's power to do that? Okay, okay, okay. Can you explain me why Kotpa like mutes and deafen himself when I'm joining here? Ah, ah, okay, okay, okay. Kotpa, it's okay. It's fine. It's fine. I'm not hurt. Enjoy the rest of the game. Good luck. Bye. I swear, every time that I join back, Kotpa is muted and deafened. Oh, Lars, that jokes are not working. That joke is not working. What does a rabbit give to his girlfriend rabbit for their anniversary? Do you know it? Do you know what does a rabbit give? A 24-karat ring! Let's go, stupid shellfish! Let's go! You're a smart one. You're a smart one. 24 carats ring. Yes. Yes, yes. Yes, yes, yes. That's the one. That's the one. Oh, we have a new contestant. We have someone else that wants to join the puzzle. Should we put it in team 2 or team 3? Where do you think there is more needed help? Team 2 or team 3? Hi, Lucas. I'm just trying to find who I'm gonna give you to. I'm trying to find the team that is the most in need right now. Team 2? Okay. I'm gonna give you to team 2. The hat has spoken. Let's go. Nice. Nice. You are in need? I give it to team 2. Right. Oh, I like this song. Bad bananas. Anyway, can I join? Yes, Lizzie. Just go on Discord and go in lounge. And then I'm gonna put you into... Wait, why is Lucas back in there? Lucas, go back into the team 2. Maybe I should have made like a little thing saying that if you join the lounge right now, you're gonna join the event. Maybe let me do this event actually. Let me do this event. I just thought about it. Like if someone joins in and go in the lounge, they're just gonna get into like a team and they're gonna be like, what the fuck am I doing here? Lounge makes sense, right? Next it's gonna be puzzle competition. Join lounge and wait to be sent into the voice call with your teammates. Right now, what time is it? 4:15. Oh, I'm gonna have to say like, okay, event. Okay, done. This start today. Start event. Okay, so people know. Oh, hi. Yes. Hi, how are you doing? Yes, can you hear me? Hi, I'm gonna move you to a team. Is that okay for you? We're playing a puzzle competition, and it's the... What? Oh, okay. I'm gonna send you to the team number 2. Okay? Good luck. Please help them. They need it. They need it. Bye. Okay. Lucas, you're still here in lunch. What do you want? Why did you come back here again? Lucas, I'm gonna send you to the team 3. Alright? Stay there. That's it. Hi, Legion. Hello. Oh, yeah, that's what I told you. I think that the white part was going to be very difficult. Team 3 is catching up. Team 3 is really catching up. Team 2 is still struggling. Still sleeping. Where are them? Look at... Where are them? Where's everyone? Team 1 has 5 people. Yeah, but it's that's why we're making it more fun. Team 2 has fallen. I'm trying. I keep giving them new energies and they don't work. Lucas, why are you back here? Lucas, I keep... Hi, Rub. What's happening? You don't like your team? Oh, if you scroll down. Wait, I'm gonna... Team 2. I said Team 2, right? They should have also tagged you. Wait, I can... Rub. I cannot find you. Well, if you scroll down, if you look in my stream, if you scroll all the way down, you will find the channel there. It's called Team 2 text. There we go. Okay. You found it? You can also ask you can also join your team and put on the mic there. So they can tell you and they can tag you. They can tag you in the right channel. Yep, go for it. No, I ended the event. I'm stupid. I'm sick and I don't have so much voice. Could I join the game? Yes, Butsanti, sure. Go for it. You don't need to talk. Shit, I closed the event. I'm stupid. I'm so dumb. I'm sorry. Everyone can join the puzzle. Okay, how is it going now? You see, they're not doing anything here. Next is gonna go into the team 2 for sure. Wait, what is that? Is that me? What the fuck time? Oh my god, I like that. With my old glasses! Oh, I'm gonna cry. I don't know where my glasses are. What's the name of the website? puzzle.agi.io. That's all I know. I'm sorry. Glasses time does these ones. I don't see it. I don't see glasses time. Don't. What time? Oh my god! I swear I will never stop loving these emotes. You're so dumb for making them. Ah, how is it looking for you, chat? You still have your same idea. I didn't call the spa because they're never available. I sent them an email, but they're not answering. Wait. Okay. Good emotes for the channel. Thank you for doing those. Thank you for doing them. Okay. You see that Team 1 is stuck. Team 1 is stuck. Maybe they're having the breaks. To be honest, I thought this would have gone like for at least like maximum 1 hour. But it's still going. They're still working. I thought it was going to be way easier. And Oliver, no, we're not stuck. Well, Team Juan. Yeah, join lounge in Discord. Yes, join lounge in Discord. Yes, and then I'll move you. Actually, let me make the event again. I'll make the event again because I'm dumb. Competition. Color like Christmas. Join lounge and you will be moved in the team voice channel. Next. Create event. And I'm gonna make it start now. Start. Oh my god. So people can find it. Oh, I have to be in the call. Hi, Ma. I'm gonna move you to the team 1. I think team 1 now needs a little bit of help. You're gonna go to the winners ones, okay? Or team 2, chat. Your Ma, Buzzante, hi. Shall we send them to the team 2 or team 1? Do we want to be nice towards the team 1 that we kept like throwing shit at them, but they're still winning? Or do we want to send them into the team, or team 2? Team 2? Team 2 needs it more? You cannot say team 2 because you know that team 1 is gonna win. It's okay, Buzzante, don't worry. I'm gonna send you to team 2. Hi, Chiara. Do you have a choice? Do you want to go? You don't have to talk. You can just type in chat if you want. If you don't want to talk, it's okay. Do you want to go to team 1 or 2? I'll leave you the choice. It's the same. Chat, where are we sending them? Team 1? Team 2 doesn't show up. Should I rejoin? Yes, come back into the lounge. I'll send you to the team 2. Chiara to the team 2? But I feel like they're working, they don't have side projects. Okay, I'm gonna send Chiara to the team 2. And then I'm gonna... Okay, Lucas, hi. Hi, Lucas. Welcome back. How are you doing, Lucas? You're back here? Ruba, by the way, if you are in team 2, you can see the chat only when you are into the team chat. You understand? If I'll send you to the team, your team, and then you scroll down among the channels and you will find it. Okay? You got it. You got it. Hi, Lucas. We're having a very cozy day, you and I, today, I guess. How is your day going? Are you having a good one? I am kind of enjoying being here with you all the time. Chit-chatting. Every time you come back, I guess you really like to be here with me. No matter how many times I sent you to a different team, you still come back to the lounge. I guess that's what we're gonna be doing today. How was your Christmas? Is that you, Legion? Legion, is that you? Oh, that's you, Legion! Shut up! Legion, what the fuck? Why do you keep coming back here? Why do you keep coming back to the chat? To the call? I'm sending you to your team. Why do you want to stay with me? ¿No entiendes? Estamos haciendo una competición de puzzle. De ese puzzle. yo te voy a poner en una voice call donde tenías un team, un equipo. Tú tienes que hacer el puzzle junto de tu equipo. Pero yo te mandé muchas veces la chat del equipo y todas las veces tú volviste a la chat lounge. ¿Por qué? ¿Qué pasó? No veo el puzzle. Ok. El puzzle del Team 2. Cuando tú eres en la chat del team, del equipos 2, puedes scrollar. Scroll. Al fin del Discord. Y tenías una chat que se llama Team 2 Text. Tú clique y después tenías el link del puzzle là. Sí, equipo, sí. No, for real, it's called equipo, right? Team, it's equipo. No, no eres un problema. Te voy a mandar al team dos. Let me send you to... How the frick? Equipos 2. ¡Vámonos! Que bien español, no. No. Not really. Spanish. Listen! How do explain? I'm explaining rules in Spanish. Wait, why? Equipo is nice. El buco es on tablo. Stupid. Okay. Team 1 is finally waking up again. Oh, look at that. They ordered all the white parts now. And look at Team 2 maybe is starting to wake up a little bit. Equipo, I like equipo. Scrollar. I don't know if you say scrollar. ¿Hablas español? Claro que yes. Yes. No, but if you want to sound actually like that, it's yes. Yes. If you want to sound Spanish. Or like español. Hablas español. Y claro que yes. Y yes. Keep it Chinese. Wait, what? What? El dogo está sobre la mesa. Es obvio. Es obvio. Yes. Yes is space is Spanish. You don't. How do you say when you scroll down? How do you? Ice. Yes. Yes. Ice. How do you say scroll? How do you say that? How do you say scroll in Spanish? In Italian we say scrollare. Hacer scroll o bajar. Oh, okay. Okay. Scroll looks... that didn't sound good. That didn't sound good. Scrollea. No sé. Scrollea. I like it. Escolar. No, that's what you do to the water, to the pasta. That's what you do. Giulio! Giulio! Giulio, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the prime. You know that you're the very first time in here. You know what it's gonna happen to you. We think that the new subs here are smelling like new babies, so... Smelling good. Smelling great, I have to say. Beautiful smell. Yes. Lucky kids. You smelling like new. You smell like new. You smell like new. We had to. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, we had to. We just lost a sub. I'm sorry. It's meant to be. You don't come often on Twitch, really? What do you do usually, Julio? By the way, nice name. Es Nifo es muy strongo. For work you never have time? Oh shit, what do you do as a job? Refund? Shut up. Oh shit, look at team 1. Team 2, you're... Oh my god, team 2. You still haven't done the eyes? Okay, let's help the team 2. I'm scared of helping them though. Then they're gonna complain that it's my fault or something like that. Some shit like that. Like this is the... What is this, chat? This is the mouth. This is the mouth, for example. I cannot play. Wait, hold on, I cannot play? Maybe... That is one side of the mouth. Where is the other side of the mouth? That is a... Cioè, se hai un problema chiami mi collego a continuare e provo il solito. Oh! Giulia, let's keep in contact. Let's keep in contact. Team 2 got me a gift? What gift? What gift did you give me? What gift did you give me? What gift did you give me? Did you notice that this is the mouth, by the way? Bribery? Are you bribing me? I have never said that was not possible. Oh, that's the gift. Oh. I was kind of hoping for bribery, but that's okay. I mean, it could be, like, in the end, I'm going to be the one deciding who goes into each team, you know? So, like, if you want to bribe me, I mean, anyway. Alright. Alright. I'm not going to say no. Do you have suggestions on what to give to insects inside the case? Oh my god, shut up. Mary would be a smart player at this point, yeah. Brad, you can also bribe me to remove people from other teams. It just bugs me that they haven't noticed that this is the mouth. And it bugs me even more that I cannot find the other part of the mouth. Like, let's... Where is it? Where is the other side of the mouth? Do you see it, chat? Did they divide it in the wrong way? So now I cannot find it because of that? Or maybe it's this one? Like, this is the picture. Where the fuck is that? Where is the other side of the mouth? How much to remove all members of Team 1? Not all of them. To remove all of them is 100. It's 100 subs, not 100 bucks. 100 subs to remove all of them from one team. So don't do that. Wait. There's like a little mustache going down. I want to find it. I just want to find that shot. And then I'm going to leave them alone, I promise. But I just need to find that. Do you see it? Where the fuck is it? Is it maybe already in here somewhere? No. Where the fuck is it? $100 subs, yes. Don't do it. Don't do it. That would be no fun. I will remove it, but then I have to remember. Can you please remind me to bring it back? Okay. Do you see it? Like, you know what I'm talking about? This other side of the lip. This other side. We have this part. Where is the other? It should be white and then... It should be like visible. It should be like recognizable. What the fuck is it gone? It's over, I saw it. It's over that. Ah, shut up. Shut up. You're not seeing it too, right? No, that is no. That is no. You're making fun of me? Shut up. It's not there. Is it this one? Why I cannot move stuff? Am I not allowed? Oh, no, I am allowed. Okay. It's not this one. It is this one. Never mind. Okay. Snow, that is... You see, I would be... That's the reason why I'm not playing, chat. I will be way too good. I'll be way too good. Look at the team 3. Look at the team 3. Shall we keep you helping team 2? Let's keep helping them. They have the eyes. I think, what are we missing here? Is there anything visible that we're missing? There's like still some foggy part here with the belt, which should not be too difficult to do, right? Like, do we have this, which should be something recognizable too? What is that? You see this part? You see it's very specific. Team 3 is gonna win. Oh, right here. It's right here. That part goes right here. So this one should go around right here. No, it doesn't click in there. But it should be like here. Here. Just let them know. No, it's not too late. Just go on in lounge and like have someone move you. I could move you. Actually, wait, no. Okay. All right. Team 3 is going super fast right now. I think that the smartest way is like not to have so many things. Oh, not to have so many. Hey, oh, not to have so many things in here in the middle because then it's gonna be a mess. Let's help them. Let's help them, chat. Let's help them, for real. I feel like they need a little bit of a booster. Okay, we have the eyes. We got the eyes, alright. There's all of these pieces. Like, do we really need them there? This one looks... No, let's not go for the white ones now. The white ones are gonna be difficult. I think we should go for the foggy one. Like, this piece should be easy to find. Right? It should be like something with a belt on it. It should be smoky. With a belt. Maybe this one? Are you smoky enough? A link? How do you see the link? Oh, it's okay. It's okay. Even if you see the link right now, it's okay. We got that heart. One more smoky one with red and white on the right side. White on the right side, and the rest should be smoky. White on the right side, and the rest should be smoky. White on the right side, and the rest should be smoky. Where the fuck are you? Where are my smoky friends at? There are 2 people in lounge. Oh. Hello. Hi Nidus. Hi Frigobar. I'm gonna move you to the team. Let me see which one is more in need. I'm gonna move you to the team 2. They're really in need of people. To find the link, you know how to find the link later. Once you're inside your team chat, in team call, you're gonna be able to see at the end of the server a channel called Team 2. You join in there and you see your chat there. Okay? Okay. Good luck. Please help them. Team 2. Frigobar, I'm gonna also send you to Team 2. Okay. Elri, hi. I think you will also need to help. Team 2. Yeah, please help them. Frigobar, welcome back. You, Frigobar, you have to be in the video, in the voice call in order to be like, to see the channel, alright? So, I'll send you there. Once you're there, look for that channel. They're gonna tag you. Hope it. I don't think they should not be coming back again. Let's see. Okay, let's go back into working. Let's go back into helping them out. Oh my god. Oh, more brown. We're still missing some. Wait, is it brown still there? Oh no, it's already like the shoulder over there. Hiro! Hiro, thank you so much for the 18 months. Hiro, thank you so much for the 18 months. I appreciate you very much. How are you doing? How is it going? How is your day looking like? Thank you, Hiro, for the 18. There's such a long time, for real. Let me check. Where are we helping? I think that what they're missing here is like mostly like a strategy, right? The others had a very big strategy on like what to do. Like all of these fluffs are going definitely here, for sure, right? Like here. Let me put this one here. Done. There we go. That needed to be there. Ha, look at that. Did you see that? Oscuro signore, buon Natale. Buon Natale. Can I move people if you want? Yeah, sure. Go for it. Oh. Ellie, you're back. What happened? Can't turn on Missy on Discord. I don't know why. It says I need permission. Wait, what? Anywhere? Also here in lounge? That's weird. What did you do? What did you do? What can't you not? No idea why you cannot. Did you accept all the rules, Ellie? You should. Like, you're here since ages, right? What is this song? Oscuro Signore, how are you? How are you spending your day? Why are you still a VIP? Are you a VIP still for the Sims thing? Oh, you know that we're doing that again? We're doing that on the 28th. We're doing the Sims Hunger Games. And it's gonna be like all of the people all together. I found a way to do it. 28 or 29, I'm still not sure. I'm sorry. Listen, I'm very sorry if these days I'm not being super clear with the schedule. I think that it's mostly because the year is ending. The year is ending. And I am still struggling to know what I'm gonna do with these days. Sorry about that, really. 2023 is gonna be an organized year. It's so bad to do this kind of ideas. What is this music? What am I listening to? Why are we listening to Wax? Who the fuck is Wax? No, I don't want to listen to... No. What? Can we listen to something? A Merry Lo-Fi Christmas. Let's go. Better. Can we see Team 1 and Team 3? Alright, I'll show you Team 1 and 2, 3. Holy shit, they're so close. Holy shit, they're so close. Oh my god, Team 2, we have to put a speed on it. Put a speed on it. Oh my god. Okay. Let's go with the fluff. Once we recognize the fluff, it's easy, right? So like, for example, let's try to put the fluff together also. Red and fluffy. We have this one. No, it doesn't go together. It's kind of difficult to like understand. Oh, you don't click together? Shit. There are some things like this gold here. I rather like go as we did before, where we like look at things and we think, oh, this is better. Okay, so we can finish the belt. I think belt could be easy. Let's put these ones away since we don't know where they're going. It's not sure that they're going there. We're missing like the belt that we should be finishing. Belt should be not too difficult to do. Let's find things that have the same kind of color, which was like that, and smoky. Like these should be like smoky. Oh, this is the belt, isn't it? Is it? No, because there is no white in between. Never mind. I don't know who did this. I'm sorry if I brought you away your stuff. Just smoky and belt. A smoky belt. Might be this one, to be honest. Or there's too much who's moving away stuff. Like, makes sense. So it's... Why is it... Oh, so we can put the face in it? Yes, go for the face. Okay. Oh, that is mine! My belt. Don't touch it. Don't touch my belt. Alright. This one needs to go here. They were touching my belt. Alien Team 3 changed the game? Yes. What shall we do, chat? We still have some fluff. It's actually more difficult than when you look at it. It looks so easy to do. But here I'm so confused on what should I be doing, you know? Where is this kind of shape? No, let's finish with the belt. I'm getting so distracted too. Like, what the fuck? The belt. The belt. Focus on the belt. Focus on the belt. Who is very angry? Who is very angry? Huh. Oh, the Santa Claus. Listen, you know what? Since I'm sucking at this, I feel like I would be doing more like a problem than anything else. Let's leave them. Let's leave them to finish this. Even if I feel like I want to help them so much. They're missing all of the beard. Oh my god, Team 2. Oh my goodness. Thanks for the help. I put together two things. Oh. Ellie, you're here again. You're back at it. Hi, Ellie. Why are you here again? What's going on? You need any help? Can we help you with something? Do you need us to do something for you? Do you... anything? No? No? You want to stay here? You want to stay here and chit-chat with me? We could if you want. Oh, Ellie cannot turn his mic on? That's okay. You don't need your mic on if it doesn't work. You can also play the game without the mic on, you know? Yeah, you don't need the mic on. It's okay. I will be just moving you to the right place. By the way, look at that. I put them a little bit on speed, I would say. Someone might also say that I put them to the win. I got them closer to the win. Oh my god, I so want to help. I so want to help. You have no idea. I so want to help. Oh, never mind. Thanks for the... I did help. Counting bot is working again. Okay, thank you, Hidden. You didn't understand how you can join the game? Ellie, okay, so... I'm gonna move you to a team, alright? In the team, you just... Once you are in the voice call, you scroll all the way down, you go all the way here, and you click on the Team 2 text. Because I'm gonna send you to the Team 2. And you're gonna find the link up there. If you scroll up in the chat, it's gonna find the link in there. Alright? Let's try it. This year does save me from tears. I heard someone special, special. Last Christmas, I gave you my heart, but the very next day, you give it away. Chat, what are you doing for New Year's Eve, by the way? Do you have any plans? Oh, Oh, okay, thank God it's not showing. It's not showing, right? No. Okay. Team 1 and 2 are in full competition, I see. Oh, look at Team 3! Look at Team 3 going! Team 2 already... What is this? Did you already decide that you're not gonna play again? Wait, let me go join. Let me join Team 2. What the fuck is happening? I'm sending them people and they're still not... Excuse me? What did you say? No! You better get your shit together. You better win this game. I don't see you playing hard enough. What is happening? I'm giving you people. I'm giving you stuff. What's going on? I am being toxic. Yes, I need you to win. I put in a lot of points on you. Where is the piece of... I had a piece of belt right there that I placed for you and I cannot find it anymore. Did you move away? Oh, yeah, I placed like a piece of belt like around the belt kind of spot and it's gone now. Oh. Oh. Okay. Are you already like this? Yeah. Are you already like considering yourself defeated? Is that it? Yeah, but because what about the pee breaks, the smoke breaks? You got too many. You got no. Oh, there you go. There's my belt piece. I think it goes up here or here maybe. Yeah, here. Or yes, here. There you go. You have 2 per people, team 2. Yeah, you have double the people than the other teams have. I've been adding them every single time I added them to you. Are you... I swear. I've been playing with you. I've been adding everyone to you. I've been adding Rua to you. You're still complaining. Okay. Okay, I see. I see how it goes. I see. So, Rua, you're thinking about going to the other team? So... why don't you want them to win? Oh. Yeah, she's in team 3. Yeah. Yeah, that's why you have to, like, force yourself to finish this puzzle right now. You need to finish it. You need to finish this puzzle. You're not that far away. Like, if you put all of your thoughts and prayers and sweat and neurons in it, I think you can get it. Yeah. Exactly. It's not that hard. I said, like, if you want me to remove everyone from a team, is 100 gifted subs. Don't do it. It's a way to tell you it's impossible. Don't do it. Oh my god. No, don't think about it. It's fine. It's completely fine. So you're what can I do to make you feel like you still have chances to win this? I mean, I've been helping you as much as I could. I have to be honest. Like, I helped you as much as I could. I don't know if I could. I don't know how else I could help you. I'm adding pieces to the puzzle. I'm trying my best. No, I know. No, you're sorry if I let you think that I thought that you were not trying. Kinda. What do you mean toxic? I'm gonna ask my bank for a loan. Oh my god. Rico is jealous, Arya is saying. Look at that. Arya has time not only to just win, but also to type in chat toxic stuff. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry if I introduced you to her. I know she can be a meanie. Oh yeah, she was very often drunk. Yeah, right? What's up with her? What the fuck is that? Does she know that she can have fun without drinking? Oh my god. Disgusting. She's gonna be like, me now. She's gonna be complaining so much. Is this? No. Oh, we're all working on different things, I think. Aren't we? Okay, I need the purplish part. Team 2 is the, yeah. And the what do you mean? I'm here. Am I not enough? Not enough strong powers? Yes, I agree. It is rigged. Definitely rigged. Oh, that clicked. That clicked. This is how Team 3 will win thanks to Arya's range. Shit. I wanted to help you, I swear. I didn't bet on you. But I felt like, I did not, I promise. I didn't bet on anyone. Because, I don't know, I felt bad on betting on someone, but still. Now I you're... Yeah, who's betting on Team 2? Wait, what? Why was the bet cancelled? Then what? Oh. Oh, so you didn't... 280k, man! You know what? You know that I'm watching. What's the name of the anime? Kageguri. You know it? Wait, let me read it. Kakegurui. It's all about like betting and like gambling, and it's so cool. And now that you're talking to me about like you betting on yourself, it's giving me those vibes. And I'm like, bruh, you should at least try to bet on yourself. Oh. Sedge. Have you seen it, chat? Have you seen Kagegurui? Or anything like that? I don't know what else to put in there. We still have all the... Oh my god, look at Team 3! They're done. Team 3 is almost done. A lot of glory. But a lot of it. A lot of glory. Like, very... Like, I mean, you don't even know how much glory. You know? So much that it's uncountable. Oh. Can I be honest? I think that this is how losers usually behave. Like when you realize that it's done, you go like, yeah, it's fine. We were here just to have fun. We were here just to, you know, enjoy the time. It's okay. Everyone is a winner. Oh, you are? Yeah. You're winning in life. Yes. Mickey! Mickey! Thank you so much for the gifted one. Almost forgot the Christmas gift for Gio. Thank you. That's sweet of you. I appreciate you for it. Thank you, Miki. Okay. Can I make... Oh, I can make this one smaller. Okay, cool. No. My god. Okay. Zuckerberg and Gates and Buffett, amateurs can fucking suck it. Fuck their wives, drink their blood. Come on, Jeff. Get 'em! MC Priest. MC Priest. Don't be here about almost like insulting every single god out there. MC Priest, thank you so much for being here. MC Priest, thank you so much for it. Appreciate you for the 3 months. Welcome back. Okay, look at, they're missing like 10 pieces top. Oh my god. Oh my god, 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 oh my god. What? Uh-huh. And that's the point, you got stuck too much on some, I think, maybe. No? That's how it goes in life. Don't get too stuck into something. If it's not working, just go back to it later. Take a break and go back to it later. Julia, citation. This is Steve Jobs. Gotcha. Oh my god, I would be the worst life coach ever. I think this one. What? They made it. Team 3 finished. Team 3. Let me go hear them. Let me go hear what they're saying. You can continue. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. How do you feel, Team 3? Huh? Is that how you feel? You feel you feel exhausted? How much? Good job. Good job to everyone in the Team 3. Good job, Alexis. Good job, Aria. Good job, Kanka. Good job, Kolpa. Good job, Mes. Good job, Michele. Good job, Rua. What the fuck are you doing here? Oh, okay. And good job, Statua. Good job. Holy shit. Wait. Oh. Meta! Thank you so much for the gifted! Meta, thank you so much for the gifted. I have to Prioski. Thank you so much for that. Oh, Jalford is assuming something. Jalford is saying... Jalford is saying the team with 2 months just happens to win. Jalford does have a bias. Rico is mad. Stay mad. How to be good winners 101 Aria. How do you feel about winning today? You know the price of today, right? You're gonna have a big, huge... a lot of glory. A lot of it. Like, not just a little bit, but a lot of it. I know. You're welcome. You're very welcome. You got exposure? There you go. I got you exposure. Let me pull up all of your names. There we go. Those are the names of the winners, chat. Those, the one that you see right here. Follow them. Follow them on all social medias. Follow their Twitch channel too. There we go. Do you have a Twitch channel now? Oh, okay. So follow her Twitch channel. Follow them. Yep. That's and you got a lot of stress also. Well, did you have fun at least? What? Someone gave you a shout out? She gave it to... Don't get fooled, it was her. Nice. Go follow. Did you have fun today at least? Yeah? You got 13 followers, Ari. Let's go. You like it? You like the picture? This is thanks to Rua. This was Rua. Rua, how do you feel? Rua, you official broadcaster of today. How do you feel about the win of today? What? Yeah, yeah. Let's recap. Like everyone was giving Team Two as the winner, and then when they saw the work, they said Team One, and now it's Team Three the real winner. I mean, you got helped, but good job. Congratulations. Congratulations, really. That's good. Team one is still working. At least one person is still working on Team One just to, like, just to finish a little bit. They're really close. They're really close. Yeah, yeah, for sure. Congratulations, congratulations. I'm gonna go say congrats also to the other, like, congrats, not really congrats, but like to Team One. Good job, congratulations everyone. If mods want to give you like any kind of role, they will see. Have a beautiful rest of your day. Bye, bye. Shit, Team One, what happened? Well, they were like three. They were like 3, 6, 7. They were 7. 7, not 10. 7. Look at it. So Italian. Oh my goodness. They got 7. So. Are you still planning to continue the puzzle? You want to finish it? Well, hell yeah. Let's go. Let's go. I like the attitude. I like it. Well, I'm sorry. Well, you're not going to be the winner of the huge, great gratitude that I was going to give. The winners of this gratitude is going to be the Team 3. But thank you for participating. Okay. Okay. Did you have fun at least? Okay. Okay, that's the most important thing. Have a beautiful rest of the puzzle. Bye. Bye. And I'm back to my team at the heart. The team that is actually losing. Hello. Hello. There's still someone in the chat, champions. Good job. Good job. Yeah. Sure. You were the ones that were most favorable ones. You're the ones that made more people lose bets, by the way. It's still why you're not winning. Ah! Hello. Hi. Hi. How are you doing, Ari? Are you okay? I'm okay. How is the winning going, Ari? What? Why was it supposed to be windy? Okay. Oh, okay. And are you gonna finish the puzzle? Good job. Good job. Which movie? Well, thank you for inviting me. Who is invited? I didn't know. What movie? Oh, I'm not invited. I don't. I was not invited, and lucky I have plans that day. That exact date I have. Oh shit. What movie? When? Nope. Okay, everyone is invited, but no one knew about it. Okay. Oh, okay. Is this your way of planning it? That's why you're marketing the event. All right. Shall we create an event for it? When do you wanna do it? Oh shit! I cannot. Well, enjoy the movie. It's fine. Whenever you want, I'll still not be there. No, I don't wanna watch it. I don't wanna watch it. No, no, don't ask me. I don't wanna watch the horror movie. Thank you. Thank you. Anyway, I'll let you do your trash talk. Ari, I know you came in here for that. No, no, no. Oh, oh, okay. Have a beautiful rest. Oh, yes. Have a beautiful rest of the day. Arya, do you want to play Valorant? Okay. Bye, everyone. Bye. I swear, the movie night without me knowing. What the heck? Everyone apparently is welcome. That's what's happening. That's what happens on Discord. You can join if it's for free for everyone. We play puzzles together usually. We study together. We chit chat together. We play stuff together, and we also have movie nights apparently that most of the times I don't know about. The most of the time I don't really know about. What if? Can you change the channel name to Winners? What if? First of all, oh, wait, they got it. Good job, Team 1. I've been 80.3 hours. Yes, don't complain. Team 1. But before clapping for Team 1, can I please have claps for the Team 3, the real winner, the one that no one was expecting, and they still got it. Claps for the Team 3. We promised them glory, and this is the glory. This is the glory. Take all of it. Take all of this. Good job. Good job. Good job, Team 3. You were the real underdogs, and you still managed to win. Beautiful. They actually call themselves underdogs, so that's beautiful. Good job cheating. Shut up. Good job. Good job. Proud of you. Urgot, hi! Urgot, do you want to play? Do you want to play Valorant? Do you want to play with Valorant with me and Ari? I think it will be lovely. Anyway, do you want to play some Valorant, chat? What if? I know that many of you don't like Valorant, but I haven't been playing that game for a while now. What if I take 2 seconds of break so I can get my bottle filled again, get maybe one more munchie? You were supposed to study today? Not today, not on the 26th. We take rest day, okay? You can study in the next 10 minutes if you want. No, next 2 minutes, all right? I'll take, yes, more food. Don't complain. Listen, I eat a lot. You know that. Last time I played was more than 1 week ago. Maybe me too. Maybe me too. But it's okay. We don't play for being good like we do. But it's you're still better than me and Arya. At least Arya can carry you. Shut up. Alexis, hi. Study this? What the fuck? I'm going to have a dinner tonight. I feel your stomach. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. I'm going to be taking 2 minutes. You have to hit Challenger on TFT. You have to teach me TFT sooner or later. You have to teach me TFT sooner or later, for sure. Okay, give me a second. I'll be right back. Give me the second, okay? Actually, you know what we can do? Let me call Ari. And she's gonna entertain you. Hi. Hello. Do you want to play? Okay. I'm gonna go get water and food, and you entertain the chat. Oh, oh. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Wait. I wanted to show the chat, but maybe it's better not. How I cannot just show only this call. Never mind. Never mind. It talked about how you won. Be right back. Oh, The Sims. Oh, we can play a couple of the games of this of Valorant, and then I'll play The Sims for sure. I want to play that too. Okay, be right back, Addy. What are you saying? Adia? Were you plugging yourself? Were you plugging? Adia was plugging herself while I was away. Just follow me, don't follow her. Oh my god. Oh my god, Adia. Oh my god. You're a real cloud chaser. What the heck? I cannot leave you alone for a second, and that's what you do. Oh my god. Chat, would you rather have Arya as an... Why am I asking a stupid question? I know you're gonna say yes. I know you're gonna say yes. Why am I asking? So dumb of me. Oh my god. Yes, big yes. There we go. I told ya. Yep. No, Urgot, you too. Drusco! Do you also hear the alerts? Ari, do you hear the alerts? From Discord? Okay, cool. Almost dying. Drusco, thank you so much! Drusco, thank you so much for 6 months. Happy over year to you. How long? What was the last time that you played? Same. With the holidays coming, it was a mess. Oh my god, my face. Yesterday? What do you mean yesterday? Are you still gold too? You're not leaving me? Oh. Oh! There's also soy? Yeah. So we're gonna... What a better way to start this period of gaming during the holiday seasons. As like playing with a couple. I'll be the third wheel. Even gaming, I'm in the third wheel. Oh. Oh no, Christian, thank you. But if we're 3, it's already too much. Just give it a second, JJ. Just do a second. You think it's joining? Oh, nice. Oh. Oh. Wait, I'm changing the things. Oh, better. I'm joking. I'm joking, Soy! Soy, don't hate me. Soy, we love you. I think it's the first time that we play on this computer and stream on this computer, like, while playing. It's not gonna play? What? There's the 2 of us. Wanna go Swift play first? Oh. What am I eating? Oh, good at the Christmas lunch. I ate chicken, pasticcio. What else did I eat? Yeah, it's like lasagna, but you put... What do you put in your pasticcio? What do you put in your pasticcio, usually? Yeah, Italian pasticcio. You're just straight away stealing. Yeah. Yeah. Is stealing. Did you just say is stealing? Oh my god. Are you're so toxic. What was the need for that? Why are you flaming Kami? No. From tomorrow I'm gonna do some Kikiraki do cozy. I know, right? Hi team. I know. Musaka? Hello teammate. We'll see. Now, JJ, if you want, you can change the thing. By the way, I have to connect again this screen. Oh, Aya, you know what I did today? So, I realized that I haven't been going to the gym for a while now. And I realized that with all the like holidays, I'm been eating so much. And I felt like, oh my god, I need to move a little bit. Because like, especially this morning when I woke up, I was so dead. Like, it took me ages to wake up, and I was bleh. So, I used Just Dance to work out. I have to say that I got most of the times like 3 or 4 stars out of 5. I'm a dancer. I'm a real dancer. Yeah. No. No, that is not happening. What do you mean cringe, Davide? What do you mean? Alright. Imagine having a duelist that pushes. Oh my god. What are They're playing with the. Oh well, we're not in comp. It's a workout, warm up. Okay. Got extremely scared. I don't. I have to rename the hotkeys so then I mute myself when not needed. Toggle to mute. No. Nice. Is it? Oh. Oh, you do? Oh. Sensitive ears. What does it mean that you have sensitive ears? Like you hear more than people? Like dogs can smell more? What? You have a what? A hole in your eardrum? Oh, what the fuck? Thank you. What? Sorry, I was still shocked. What? How did that happen? You're playing so well. Nice shot, Serena. How did that happen? Okay, focus. My bad. Hmm?
Good 11 fear, we're no stuttering or stumbling. I can always hear him sort of muttering and mumbling. I associate him with the sound of.
Did it hurt? Did it hurt? No. Did it hurt? Holy fucking shit.
Almost 2
Oh my God.
years, let's go.
Karen, thank you so much for the 5 months. Welcome back. How are you doing? Yeah, very fun fact. Very fun fact, Adia. Surely. Okay, I'm focused now. Let's go. Oh, you stole my... Okay. Okay, I'm gonna wall elbow. Oh, we don't have a spike. Shit. Oh my god, I cannot jump. Oh, fucking shit. Let me go. I go from longer. Where the fuck are they? Oh, shit. I'm gonna... Oh, yes. Oh, yes. I'm gonna plant right here. Angelo, not right now. Oh, no! I thought about it later that I could just come from there. Angelo, thank you so much for the 7 months. I appreciate you so much. Thank you. Shit, sorry, it was not the best moment, but appreciate you. But wait, Jaffa, do you want to change the title? I don't know if we changed it already, but if you want to change it, it would be cool to say Valorant Pro Tournament winner games or something. Something that reminds that I'm a winner of a tournament on Valorant. Just, you know. Yeah, let's not forget the wins, you know. Title change, Encater, thank you. By the way, thank you, Angela, again. Jaffa is way ahead of me. Oh. Let's go, Jet. Let's go, Jet. What the? Oh my god. From here. Oh! You see? I'm going A. Oh, they're going there. That's fine, it's fine, let's go. Phoenix has his ulti. I didn't check back. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. I also have my ulti. Go plant. You're plant, you're plant, you're plant, spike. That's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's fine. Shit. I missed. Yep, that's... Oh, they're both there? Hehe, stupid. I'm gonna go for the hunt. Actually, I'm gonna revive also. Oh. There we go. Yeah. I got you. I got you. No worries. You're welcome, bro. Are you barking now? Holy shit, no, I'm getting richer. Way too weird. Way too weird. Way too weird. Oh shit. Wait, I need to do something? I'm stuck. Oh shit! Oh my god. Oh, I want that ghost. I so want that ghost. Oh. Yeah. They're in sight. Oh. Shh. Oh. Let's go. Let's go. Who am I playing against? I have no idea. Random people. Risotto boy. Oh, it's Italian stuff. Oh no no no. No 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 no. No no no. No 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 no. No 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 no. No 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 no. Thank you, Kanka, appreciate you. El cringe. Get fucked. Not for me. What if I do this? Stupid! Oh! Minima? Ah, map, minimap. Okay. I thought you said minima. Like the skin. The very beautiful skin, you know? Good job, team! Have a beautiful day. Have beautiful holidays too. Tell your mom I love her. I'm so wisdom, mom. Oh, I finished MVP. Let's go. Let's go. Easy. Are you warmed? Yes. Let's go. Go pee. Okay. It's okay. I'm gonna just practice in the range a little bit. She's scared of saying that. He's a mom stealer? Yeah. Yeah, you understood. You understood. Oh, wait. Okay. But wait, looks smooth, right? I'm not wrong, but it looks like it's the stream is I don't want to call it, but yeah, that maybe I should not have. But the hill, I know, but I mean, I should not be having any issue. Don't jinx it. I know, but still, I don't remember any. Oh shit, I don't remember shit. Is it easy level? Wait. Yeah, okay. That was lucky. Last one was lucky. Maybe I could raise the quality of the stream. I think that it's already high. No? You think that it's not high enough? You think that quality should be higher? Ah! I forgot how hard it was, the hard level. Hi. I'm whipping so hard. My microphone is quiet compared to Aria? Still? Oh wait, because I changed the wrong thing. I'm stupid, I changed the wrong thing. Okay, so this should be better, I hope. Anyway. Okay. Are you ready? Okay. Is it better? Can you try to talk? No. Nice. Game and her are gonna be in the same one. Shut up. How is not pointless? Yeah, I know. I don't know if Sage is good on Breeze. Do you want to have bets? Ashkan, do you want to be again at the bet mod? Ashkan, you're again at the bet mods. How lucky of you. Do we have everything? Yeah. Yep. Okay. I didn't say yes, lol. Well, welcome back. Everyone say congrats to Ashkan for being a mod again. Congratulations. Oh. Oh. Can you just ask me if I'm Italian? Oh. Oh. No. I don't have fans. I don't have fans. Shut up, I don't have fans. No. Oh! Maybe. Hello, team. You good, KO? KO, are you good? What's going on? Okay. Let's see. Shit. Shit. will not be able to focus. Honey, I have to prove so much now. Oh. Wait, why am I... Oh. Here. They faked. Entering A. How many times do I have to hit her? Oh. So they fake a lot. They fake a lot. I feel so... No, Arya, if you have no idea. She's... towards you, I guess, right? Do you drive and drink? Good job, Ari. What do you mean you don't even drive? You don't have a driving license? Oh, okay. You have a... Okay. I'm going back here. I think they're gonna still go away. Coming. Shit. Okay. I'm gonna flank them. Planting A. What? I'm waiting for you. Oh. Oh my god! That was a bad idea of me. I need to get better. I need to get better at it. I did. There's... I have to, but this is time. Video, Ari! Come on, do it. Do it. What do you mean you hate this up? Just because you're always like playing. What did Reina say? Doesn't pick. Don't pick. Does KO have any flash? Okay, Viper is behind the boobas. Where's the spike? I could... Stick it. Son of a bitch. Let's go. No. How do you know? Yeah. Stupid. I'm gonna do a magic wall just for you, KO. Oh, elbow. Oh, Ari. Oh. Jet was backside, right? I want this. She has yeah. Mid. Good job. Rena, are you Italian? Are you in queue with Keo? Okay. No, shut up! I didn't understand. Sorry, you're very quiet. I didn't understand. What did you say? Oh. Want you? Oh. Ah, piece of shit. Ah. You cannot be a Study Time fan and a Smurf. Still hungry, chat. You got this. Oh. I also thought it was. Oh! You didn't see me! I thought you saw it! Shit! Sorry. I'm a moped. No, I'm not moped. Sorry, I thought you saw it. I'm sorry. I didn't want to backseat. Nope. I'm just gonna walk away. Oh, this son of a bitch. Jet mid. Can you come into here? Reyna and Jet mid. I'm holding A. Lomba is writing to me. I don't want, I see you there with the fucking op. I don't want to. You can ult in a site. Oh, but then you cannot get away from it. No, yeah, maybe not. You think they're going A? They're planting A. Woo! My god. I'm so stressed. Oh, piece of shit. What? Ah, vengo per te. Okay. How about a champ release? Oh, I'm sip water. No, a bit like this. I'm a wall neon. Never mind, I don't have a wall. We're smoking A. Oh. Neon is pushing. Oh, check inside the smokes. No. Oh. Oh. Oh, I want to get away from here. I don't know if it's the same for you, Ari, but when I'm playing with like Smurfs, I play worst. Because I feel like, oh, they don't really need me to be here. Like, they can do it by themselves. Should I play for the weapon? Okay, I'm gonna get it. No ice skin. Are they both on site? Yeah, coming. Piece of shit. Yep, that would be lovely. No, thank you. Oh, I want that skin. Depends how much he's smurfing. If he's a plus smurfing, it's not much game changer like an extended wood. He's a diamond, he said. I mean, do you think he would be lying? Oh, I'm not gonna wall. I'm a wall mate then. I hear tube, going tube. One in tube. Careful, KO. Wow. Same. I don't understand why people get like wants to be smurfed hard like this. Then you play by yourself and you get destroyed and you go back down. And you don't even have fun anymore playing. Yeah, but... Alright. Oh, my neck. I'm on smoke say. Oh, mid. One was elbow. We're not reviving, yeah. Oi, oi, oi. Bro! You have to trust. Trust. Oh, yeah. Leave. I killed them all. Bah. Oh, I forgot that I didn't have a weapon. Thank you. Oh, actually, I was very rich. Steps on it. Bro, you didn't even have to ask me. Look at this. Oh, careful, bridge. Oh, everywhere. What the fuck? Oh, I done better. Oh. Yeah. Good job, Neon. Hmm? Sorry. Sorry. Oh, I was distracted. They're faking him. Oh, I whipped so fucking much. Oh my god. You good? It's okay. I mean, he's kinda carrying us. I'm not complaining. I think that they never hard pushed a B, right? Check our fly. Doing very good, thank you. Oh. I could revive. Oh, puss. I could have easily revived. We just want to make it more interesting for Reyna, you know? Yeah. Yeah. Just. Yeah. I see. Oh. Wrong place. Here. Okay, we had a round of applause for all those hardworking Smurfs out there. There might be a Smurf in the other team. You're right. You're right. There might be a Smurf there. Yes. I need to find a oh! Oh, actually, Ari, community, like chat. You know that I don't push too much the wish list apart for like stupid shit. But I wanted to like thank you officially here with you, the community that got me the electric legs. So we're gonna have the standing brakes again. We're gonna have like many people chipped in. So if you're watching this and you chipped in for it, thank you. I appreciate you. My butt is gonna say thank you for sure. Thank you. Thank you for that. It's a cool Christmas gift. Oh, maybe not push smoke. I don't trust smokes. That's what I say. What's happening? Billy! Shit. Billy! Oh, hi Raiders. I'm gonna show you how a real sage plays. No, not like this. Not like this. This is not. This is... Billy! Billy, thank you so much for the raid. Hi Raiders, what were you doing? Were you playing Valorant? What were you up to? But I guess it's okay. If you don't know me, I'm G. If you don't know me, I'm G. I usually study, but for the holidays we're chilling all together. We're playing Valorant. If you might recognize my name, it's because I'm usually Italian and I speak Italian. I am Italian, and you might have seen me during the Valorant. Oh my god, I cannot talk. Valorant tournament, and maybe it was the one that destroyed Billy. Might remember. Hi Billy. You were singing? What do you mean you were singing? Usually she's that. Usually, only usually. You didn't say Ank's wife. Yes, apparently I'm Ank's wife without my own acknowledgement and like consent. I'm gonna stop being a battle sage, by the way. I'm sorry, Ari. Thank you for reminding me. I'm gonna wall. I got you with a wall. They never expect this. This is a magic wall, by the way. Jet was there. You see, they think it's a closed wall, but it is not. You see? A smart wall. Oh! Careful, Ari. Oh my god. Holy shit. At least I got a kill. It was a safe round. A good safe round. It's a good safe round. Okay. What is time aim? What is time? What the fuck is that? Look at the new emote. Oh my god. I swear. Jenny, I hope you're not talking Bonai like I hope you're saying good in like in the game, not anywhere else. Otherwise, you're gonna get bonked very hard. Shall we rotate? Then smoked all B. Let's just go. Again, a smart wall. There we go. Let's see if they're still smart. Last one mid. Oh. That's fine, it's fine. We have it. I'm going. Whatever you want. Oh. Oh. Oh no, Ari. What's good? This one was... Parasite did that? Parasite did that? Parasite. Holy shit. We're getting hard carried. Like, I'm okay. No. Sorry, I thought it was you for a second. I thought it was... Sorry! Sorry, I thought it was... I thought it was you. Let's just speak so then they smoke. Oh. What? Get you. Smart wall? Oh. Do I have spike? Okay. On the left side of the door. Oh, what the heck? I got him. Yellow. Listen, we have a different... Listen, Italy, we have a different concept of behind, okay? Just chill, please. No. It's perfect. It's perfect. And named aim time? Oh my god. Hey. I'm gonna eat cookies later. What do you mean your brain is moving slowly? Wait for the smokes, wait for the smoke. Oh, bro. I don't like pushing smokes. In how many kbps am I transmitting? I have no clue. How can I know? How can I know, Marcello? By the way, with Chatterino, with everyone who's using Chatterino right now, do you see when someone is a first-time chatter or not? Because I like to say hi to the newbies, but I cannot see it. I cannot see when you're a newbie. Yes, yes. Can I please have... Oh, we're saving? Yeah. I have so much money though. I'm gonna go like this. Test. Oh, that's how they look like the first time chatter. Ah, piece of shit, piece of trash. Let me show you sometime. Sure, but well, I like them. I really like them. But is it like you there's like a program to do them? I would love to have all of these as emotes of the channel, but I cannot choose among all of these. There's way too many. Oh, we could have a community vote. Do we want to fake A and then we go B? They instantly use all of their smokes. Let's go. Oh. I'm bringing you back. Yeah. Yeah. I just know, okay. Oh my god. A single mom who works 3 jobs and na 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 na. It's gonna be in the smoke. Let's go away, let's go away, let's go away. Let's go B. Neon, don't push. Come heal. Come for the heal. Oh my god, let me. Dio Santissimo Cristo Beato. Madonna mia. I swear. Ah! No, maybe he was texting someone. Oh! How? With a phantom. Sorry. Sorry. Oh my god, they're all mid. You have ulti also. Oh, ulti. Oh, shit. A single mama works through jobs. I'm so good job. Oh wait, is he hearing you? That's why he said I did that. Because he's watching the live. I don't know, if you're watching the live, say the number 7. They're not. Smart wall. I'm staying inside his smoke, so if he... Holy shit. Oh, I don't know where I slowed her. Oh! He's on top of that boob. Oh, it's a new! Oh my god. I would have healed. Now they have to. Go, go, go. They have to now. Oh no, still faking. Oh my god, you're so good. Oh my god, I would have not stayed with the anxiety, the stress. He doesn't look smart. You should tell him anytime. No, what? He didn't say 7. Kayo, if you're watching the live, say 2. Stay the fuck away. Having fun? Kinda. I want to do something. Alright. I might have misused my... Oh, there's 2 mid. Oh my god, I'm scared. Oh, I don't have heal. Wanna help mid? Oh, Ari. Double doors. I can heal you, Neon. Oh my god, the rush. The stress. Yeah, fucked. Let's go! Do you want to audit? Okay. Yeah. Let's go, let's go. That's the horrible people gun. Unless it's very good. Yes, yes, yes. Unless it's very, very good. Do you need me to buy you something? I can maybe get one less orb. No, I cannot. Well, I could buy you like a weapon. Like a better weapon and you can get full shield. Sacrificing for the team. Bro, you got this. Oh no. Yeah. If I take orb and I get him one more kill, then I can. Oh. Can you help me to get the orb on A? Ooh! This son of a bitch. They're saving, they're saving. Not dead? Holy fucking shit. Healing. Ah, she got orb. I need to kill one. There's ult on A. Let's go, KO. Oh. Let's go. There. Oh, one back there. Healing in 5. I'm healing you. Is he? Yeah. Just hide. Or we push. Or we pick together. Never mind. Good job. Nice. Let's go, let's go, let's go. I wonder, what is the title that Jalfur chose? Did we? Okay. I'm gonna play for my ulti also. I'm gonna stay behind Reina's butt. I'm gonna be the pocket stage for a little bit. Should we go A? Can you wall? Oh. Yeah. We're ready here, we're ready here, we're ready here. Can you come? Go. Okay. Thank God it went good. Otherwise, they would have flamed me so much. Like the next step of ChatGPT. Yeah. Jeff already knows. Okay, do you want to say something to the chat before the last game? Oh, okay. Hard right. Where? Oh. Smart wall? Oh my god, she's in my smart wall. Sorry, my wall has a hole. Oh! Unlucky, unlucky. The smart wall works only if they don't know it's a smart wall. It's not sudden death, it's overtime. Overtime! Shit. This is because Kayo didn't say anything to chat. Oh my god. Oh my god, the drama. Seven. No, I have 17. Steps on A. No, 17. No! They definitely don't know it's a magic wall, right? They're entering A. They're entering A. Oh! Bugiardo, shut up! We have what? Oh. Oh! Left. Oh my god! Oh my god, Arya! Oh my god! Oh my god, Arya! What? Oh, but then we will be 4. We cannot rank in 4. Oh no. Oscuro, what does it mean, Arya, you're in my lungs? What do you mean she's in your lungs? No, he didn't. Yeah, let's focus. Walled. Yep. Flank. Yep. Drop down noon. Oh, fucking shit. 80. Good one. Oh my god. Wait. My bad there, chat. I pushed a smoke. Stupid. I'm making fun every single time that I'm eating. I'm pinging you. Oh! Just wait. Go. Oh my god, Arya! GG. Easy. Easy. You did not hear the guy. Arya, you were amazing. I swear. Oh my god. Hard, very hard. That says like MVP Reina. MVP was you. You were my MVP. Oh my god, Arya. Oh my fucking god. Let's go to super amazing duo. Again, one more. Uh-huh. What? Sorry. No, just better. What if I played like this? The screen is already in your chat and then you start crying. Okay, I'm gonna be like this. Oh! I don't think that anyone in chat knows them. But tomorrow, there's a guy that I met from the... from Twitch. Like, was one of the first 10 followers and all of that. Why are we out of the queue? Oh, you're peeing? Okay. Soy wants to join? Oh, yes! Hi, Soy. Oh, hi, Soy. For a beautiful information, I'm gonna be again third wheeling. Let's go. Are you adding him? Oh, you cannot talk? Let me see. Let me see. Okay, I was saying about my first followers. Like we were really, really close because like we were like at the very beginning it was like 20 of us. So we were every single night on Discord. And he's from Argentina. So like I was like, long distance friend. We're never gonna meet ever. He arrived in Italy on the 24th with his mama, and tomorrow I'm gonna meet him and his mama. I'm gonna take him and his mom to dinner. It's nice. It's super nice. I'm very happy about it. So tomorrow I'm actually planning to do that. So tomorrow don't expect stream. Oh wait, where? Arya left? Oh, there's a new call. Okay. Hi, beautiful couple, the best couple in the internet. Hi, how are you doing? Are you still sick, Soy? Are you still sick? Oh, can I beat your older child? Like I'm older than you, but I'm your child. Can you adopt me? Okay. Cool. Scusa? Sorry, what? Yes. Oh my god. Is Arya the mummy of the chat? Oh wait, I need water. Wait, you can have your own. What? Wait, you said let's not go that far when I said I need water? Or when I said can chat call you mommy? Okay, okay, okay. I need help. Hello? Arya is e-chat, mom. Arya, chats imami confirmed. No, e-mummy like e-mummy. Like digital mummy. Like e-date, eager. Jenny, not really, not very often. Why would you like me to talk in Italian? E-mum? No. Anyway, let me go get myself some water. You have your own lovely conversation that couples do also here. Like if you wanna plan your next date, it's okay. You no what? No, don't fight. In my brain, you're always together forever and ever. I'll talk to you later. Thank you. What's? Oh. Okay. Beds are open? Alright. I'm coming to heal you, Reina. Reina can heal. I'm gonna heal you. Yeah. Do you want to rotate maybe? Oh my god, I'm bad. I really like Brimstone. Brimstone with his big butt running away. Hold. One hookah, one longer. Okay. Oh, unlucky. They're cringe. Good job. I appreciate your effort for what? Oh. So what did you plan any like sorry, I'm not used to like couple stuff. Did you plan anything cute for Christmas? Was that a bad question to ask you? Shall we go B? Can we just go B? Look at them. Pushing together. Winning games together. I did not ignore the answers. I did not ignore the answers. I asked if they did something, and then they said no. But he was sick. I heard that. Better. You have all the smokes? Oh, but not now, maybe. Unlucky. Unlucky! I think. No, Reina had a sheriff when she killed me. Are we buying? Or are we saving? Okay. She smoked A, let's go B. What the fuck? Do I have a... Yeah. Can you help me cover Kovga? There's my elbow. I can heal in 27. Ah! Was it? Darren, what do you need motivation for? How can I motivate you today? Okay. So just because he was sick, you didn't do nothing? Shit. Because you were sick, you didn't do... Oh no, I mean like you planned something. No, I mean have you... Oh, shit. I mean... Piece of trash. Who do you think you're talking to? This is... the smoked bee, let's go away. Hitting you, sorry. Oh! I don't have you. Wait. I'm gonna do the fold. 12 seconds to heal. Seconds to heal you. Play for your ulti. Heal. Oh shit. My ball's down. Noise! I was so... Thank you, Ari. You're so good. You're so good. Um. Oh, there are random. You didn't say what your motivation for. So are you? Do you usually ski? Is there places where you can go ski in Greece? Yeah. Oh, you don't know how to ski? Ari, can you please, when you come in January, can you stay like for a month and we do all these things? Yeah. We go ski. I could be like the best person to go out, like to stay on a vacation with, because I'm, if I take orb, I can, where are the orbs here? Oh, on long. If you help me take orb on long, I can revive. Because I'm gonna let you study, you know? Oh, piece of shit. What is she doing there? Trash. What's happening, Soy? First, you censor yourself wrong, and then you give your bumps to your head. You're sick. Always saving? So, are you also coming to Italy with Ari? Are you? Fuck, I'm starting fights between couples now. No, I mean, like, she said it like one time to me, like, randomly. I think that it was not even planned yet, so it's very random. It's... Yeah, I don't think that she, like, you know, like... We've been talking about it for months. Am I reviving? Maybe not. No, 30 seconds. Holy fucking shit. Oh. Oh. Unlucky. My plan to get Arya is working. Okay. Oh, I want a cookie. So are you planning to, like, when you feel not sick anymore, to go take Arya skiing? Do you ski, Soy? Okay. Piece of shit. Oh, Arya, you're so much better. And it's not like it's huge, it's like the right shape. I want the skin. I'm just gonna wall, I'm scared of like doing yeah. What is it? With the molly? Oh my god, Arya. Let's go. We could have a setup with like... Oh, this son of a bitch. Ready? Yeah, we fucked it up. Oh, Soy opened the door. Wait. So we still have it. Good job, Ari. Hee hee hee. Really? You could go like with the slides. The slides. Like, chat, show them what slides are. Yeah, those ones. Yeah. There you go. That's the one that Ashkelon said. Why are they crying? I don't want to push that. Can we go A? I can use my smart wall on A. Can I go walling here? Oh shit! Yeah, I'm still gonna. Might be Reina. I fucked up. Oh! I fucked up. I fucked up. I fucked up very much. You need to go. My bad. My bad. My bad. My bad. That was a very bad plan. My bad. My bad. Shit. I like it when we're like in a difficult situation. I thought that I didn't expect her to TP. What the fuck? Why was she TPing there? Yeah. Oh my god, Arya. Sure. I'm gonna focus. You see, again, I know that we're with Smurfs. Oh my god, I healed there. No. Bro. No. Leaving the shit out of the way. Oh! Fucking shit. What the fuck? Okay, good save round, it's fine. Yeah. Must be sad not having friends, so you need to smurf so they can finally like play with you. We're going A. I'm going A. Killjoy, can you help? We still have a Diop on Uka. Holy fucking shit, we're too divided. Holy, oh, the op is in B. Do you want to do the cringe one? Cringe wall in showers? Default? Ah, what the fuck? Just go back A, go back A. Behind you also. Unlucky, unlucky. Shit. I had chills. Chills. Nice try, for real. Oh, I need cookies. You know, this is the reason. This is why we're not winning. I'm hungry. Yeah. I don't know what that means, but yeah, let's do it. Jeronei. Jet was also 120 Jet. Oh. Choppers. Oh! Shoot to the head. Fuck! Like, I didn't think about that. Fuck. You're right. Someone just wrote, just shoot to the head. Did you think about it? Fuck. That's what I was doing wrong. Fuck. Okay. Yeah, go. Yeah, go. Why toxic? I'm saying thank you. Oh, no, 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 no. Holy fucking no, 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 no. Yeah, I'm gonna. No. Wait, how did I not get the spike? Oh! How did I leave that? Oh my god, I hate it. Who's that? I'm not spending time. I'm not spending time with a toxic couple. It is very hard. It's super hard. Defender's gonna be easier. No, it's not. They have they have 4 duelists. Happy, happy. Happy, 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 happy. I have muted. Good thing you uninstalled TikTok still. It's not something that you can just get away like this. Happy, happy, happy. I'm coming. Let me heal ya. What the fucking what? I'm playing so shit. Painful back. God, we're in that mood. Shall we force? You sure? I trust ya. I'm just gonna play for the orb. You ain't shit. Thank you, Kanka. I love you. Oh, fucking shit. Oh. Oh, this piece of trash. Did you see that, chat? Oh! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no, Ari. I'm thinking this is karma. Game before we played with a Smurf. Now we're playing against a Smurf. Yes. Steps on B. Taking the orb on B. Smoked B there, entering B. Oh, how did she know? This piece of trash, how did she know? My magic wall is not magic anymore. Oh. I'm gonna go back into walling. Sorry if I kind of bullying you. Alright. Give me toes. Shut up. Nothing. Ignore. Ignore. Right now. Wait. Holy shit. Stay back, stay back, stay back, stay back, stay back. Thank you for the sprint. Oh, fuck. Thank God I didn't heal them. I can bring you back. Get fucked. Okay. I'm gonna go. Oh my gosh. I know. Happy, happy, happy. I still cannot buy? What the fuck is this? Happy, happy. It's so easy to cross though. Okay. They're breaking my wall. You see, useless wall. They're coming here. Am I baiting you? Happy, happy, happy. They don't have any weapons? Why are they not? Where are they buying? They don't have Vandal, they don't have shit. Okay. Oh, fuck, I didn't get it. Such. Should I buy? Yeah, right. Happy, 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 happy. Ah! Get fat, Jet hookah. Ah, son of a bitch. Oh. Pieces of trash. So I was playing on their mind, but it didn't work. I'm sorry. Ah. Unlucky. Do you want to go for one more? Okay. Okay. Deepy, deepy, deepy. One more? Yeah. We're gonna go one more. I said like a couple of games and then... Oh, it's already... It's already 7. I also wanted to play The Sims. Okay, we're gonna have dinner and then I'm gonna play The Sims. Yes. happy, happy, happy. Oh my god. Now I have that song in my brain. Oh my god. I hate it entirely. Lumba is in queue competitive. Shall we be carried by Lumba? No? Shit. People that still think... When is your anniversary? Yeah? Was it a bad question? Again? I cannot ask anything about your relationship. Oh no. Oh, I said when is your anniversary? And you both say in silent, and then you said the tension. It's like what? Oh, okay. What do you mean, of course not? What do you mean it's in July? Cute. Okay. Okay. The cheese plan is almost complete shit. Oh. I'm gonna go right now. Yeah, I'm gonna go right now. I'm gonna destroy them all. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. I'm hungry. So what did you do to ask Arya to be your girlfriend? What? 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 Did Arya ask you? What happened? What happened? Did you ask her when she was drunk? She asked you while she was drunk. She asked you while she was drunk. Arya, your problem with alcohol is over another level. Okay, is it how is it like rematch when someone is offline? Remake. Yeah, next round. Remember? Thank you, Arya, for saving my butt every single fucking time. Oh, yeah. There you go. Heal yourself, Sage. You got it. You earned that. See. The stress that this Sage is giving me. Yes, Boros. Yes, I see that. How are you doing, boys? Oh, Floyd's reconnected. Shit, he reconnected. Bro, are you gonna be good with your connection? Alright. I'm gonna spend the whole game flaming that Sage him. So, Arya was drunk and she asked you to be together and I'm just curious. Listen, I'm curious. You're the only stable couple that I know. Well, there's also Jalford, but you know, you're the young generation. Not only, also Killjoy. Killjoy too. Sage, you have Spike. Sage. What do you mean no? I mean, piece of trash. Sage. Oh my god, I'm gonna get it. Yeah, same. Let's go. Yeah, I'm already running. I'm ready. Get fucked. I'll give it to you. So very cool. You're very forte, Juliette. Merci beaucoup. And she wanna know everything to break them from the inside. No! That is so not what I'm trying to do. Please, don't have wrong ideas. So, what was the last fight you had for? I know. Last fight you had, and what was it for? And who was right? Okay. Oh shit, he knows. He knows the techniques. Oh, for real. There's two. You have it? Oh my god, Alia, you're so good. I'm getting flying. I got 3. Mine. Let's go. Reina me is good. Reina me is good. And just because I like on this one I know like walls also with this. If you want, Sage, I know a cool wall with Omen. Like if Omen goes up here, you can wall him and he can snipe in garden. Yeah, but Sage is not with us, and now you just went there for no reason. And here it's. What is she doing? Oh, she's trying to get win kills. Oh my god, I whiffed them. Are we like playing who does more kills? Reina was mid. Reina was pizza. Happy. Oh my god, kill me. I hate this song. Okay, let's. You also have the remix, the one I go the woo. No, never mind. That's okay. Sad Girl Starter Pack. That's what Spotify is suggesting me to listen to. Okay, let's go. Let's go. That could be a cool one. I should be doing that. Yeah, I agree. Oh, let's not push that. Don't push the smoke. They're doing weird shit. Oh, bro. What the fuck? Oh my god, that fucking scared me. That shit scared me. Hi, Killer Pro. Sorry, though. I try to know the people that I play with first, bringing them on in live. Oh my god, kill me, kill me. Wait, and sorry, Chad, I didn't show you what was going on. Okay. Sorry, can you maybe buy? Thank you. Right, you had way too much money. Thank you. I look so... Shut up, Sid. Oh my god. Let's go. What is the scariest door? Neon, are you sure you want to push that? Alright. Enjoy that. Oh my god! There's two. Ignore. Don't go. Don't go. Don't go. Don't go. There's two. One on one side, one on the other. Yeah, I know you see black screen. That's why maybe I should like... I think that if I do window full screen and I apply it, then if I get out, you still see. Yeah. It's better. Sorry. It was an easy fix that I just never did. What is the scariest to it? Ritti called judge? Who's Ritti? Oh, I was not muted. I was annoying area. Who's Ritti? What's wrong with 191? What's wrong with that graphics? Too low the quality? No, then it starts to get laggy. You do game with higher quality only if it's like something cool like The Sims, you know? Where is Armita artist? Armita should have the artist. Hello, Golia. Okay. Gotcha. Oh my god, I'm whiffing. Oh, shit. One market, one short. Holy shit, holy shit. Oh, never mind. That's right. We don't buy people here? Oh, did we buy? Oh, can you buy me? Oh. No. Give me this. Push with us, don't play passive. What the heck, Sage? Oh, shit. Oh, I'm a little too. Yeah, I'm gonna play slower next time, for sure. They keep using all their stuff. Okay, from never again. This piece of trash. I'm gonna report. Reported. I'm gonna let them go first. All of that shit. Oh, she's on site. I'm playing like shit now. I'm playing like shit. Sorry. Oh! Whoa! Ah! It's something I look hungry. Thank you, Miss Elkins. Hungry time use. So what are we planning for the anniversary this year? Yep. Oh my fucking. Oh, here's a temporary mod for the bets. Ah. Pure Saja. Yeah, I agree. What's going on? Like, listen, I'm gonna be going for mid. I'm gonna go for mid. I'm gonna be a fucking rat. Still going B. Oh my fucking god. How can you? Oh my god, I know that I'm gonna get killed by the back, but... Oh! If I only got the other one, but I was way too dead. I don't know. It's comp, yes. Goodbye. Y'all don't play with me and Neon Sono. Bro, you're not playing with us. It's different. What the fuck? Sage, you're not a duelist. Wait. Oh. You don't play with me and Neon, so I don't buy for you. Piece of trash. Argo. Happy, happy, happy. Oh! I was gonna revive Neon. For sure. Neon, because she likes neon. Take the Vando. There we go. But neon, because it's their companion. Companion. Mark it. Oh my god. Good job. Piece of trash. You what? New health? New has? New. Oh, ass. Okay, I was thinking ass like the butt. And I thought like. Sorry. My bad. Did you? Not? I thought it's an account for studying. Jeff, I thought you were silent in chat and not being annoying. I guess we're both wrong. Holy shit. Wow. Yes. Oh my god. Imagine being a fucking pain coming to the stream of someone like which is the first message I thought it was a channel for studying. First of all, I don't even study. Second of all, why are you being a fucking pain? Imagine if someone has its name called like I don't know. Wait. Okay. Like what's something that it's Lux. So League of Legend and like, oh, you're not playing League of Legend, bro. Just chill. Why are you being mad to the word on Christmas? If I can give you a new resolution for the next year, yep. If I can give you a new resolution for the year, maybe like doing a dish of your own stuff might help. With translate in Italian, fatti un piatto dei cazzi tuoi. Oh, this. We have, I would understand if it was like a sub telling me, like, bro, I subscribed because I thought we were only studying here, and you said you're playing, like, okay, I would understand, but bro, your first time chatter, why are you being a fucking pain? I can do whatever the fuck I want. You can decide to stay or not stay. That's the deal that we have. That's the freedom that we have. Please just shut up. On your left. No? Oh. Oh, she's planting. Nice. Farci un piatto di cazzi nostri. Yeah. Oh my god, Jeff, you're not even understanding when they're making fun of you. Oh, so sweet of you. So sweet of you. Holy shit. Hi, Simo. Hi, Simo. Welcome for the... just raid. Hi, Simo. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. How are you doing? What were you playing? Oh, they're all full on, eh? I'm running away. No, you won't be out. Sage, you piece of... Thank you. They're planting. Good job, buddy. Help. Oh shit. Heaven. That's cool. That's cool. Oh, wanna help? No. Too late. Too late. Jeff is following since March 2021? What the heck, Jeff? Yeah, I have someone that has been following since 2021. They wrote their first message in chat today, and it was like, why? I thought this channel was to study. Go back to study. What the fuck are you doing? Why are you following me? What the fuck? Why are you following me? What's wrong with you? Thank you for the support, I guess. Come in. Thank you. Gio, tu hai regalato study, tornaste. Shut up! Hashtag go to study. Chat, stop! I am the only one that befriends trolls. You cannot. You cannot befriend trolls, alright? That's not how it works. Stupid. You wanna go for Valorant Pomos? Twitch chat is always right. I don't think so. I don't think so. Oh my god, what the fucking fuck? Rats. You are my first subscriber? No, you're not. I know them by name, Jeff. You're not. You're not my first subscriber, trust. And when I say by name, I say also by legal name, so I don't think so. Plus in March 21, it was not when I started. Yeah. Oh. Neon. Bombos backside. Yep. Yeah. Just was my very first supporter. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yes. Can you what? Do you want me to buy you? Oh. Sorry. Going back here. Come in. She was mid. What the? Where? What the fuck? You're almost 1 year late. You're almost 2... Wait, 1 or 2 years late, Kri? Oh. Thank you. Paying back. Yeah. Buy me because... Oh, no. Oh my god. Oh, no. Not pushing that. Spike is there though. I think they're gonna go from my back. Yeah. Ah, fucking that hurt me. Mark it. No. Oh, let's go. When did I start not studying? I don't know, like always, since always. I've been also doing stream where I was playing, but it was on another channel that I decided to put all together because it was easier. Ooh! Oh! Running away, running away, running the fuck away. Did you see that double? Thank you for fucking... Hey, Neon. Oh, baby, a triple? No, it was a double. You see, Ari? I got a double just because I was not scared for once. Nice. I stayed there and I heard steps and I stayed there and I just shot. I'll do the same now. Yep. What? Oh my god! Oh, I thought I heard him too. No, never mind. Yippee! Oh my god, I was going to sing that again. I wanted to check something. Oh, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Easy. Ooh. Oh, I'm going back. No, not mid, maybe. They know. Yep. Oh! Piece of trash. Up in mid. Up mid. Confused, thank you for the $11 and 55.20. Why these random numbers? Confused, thank you for the $11 to the team. I appreciate you. Appreciate you very much for that. Thank you for giving them food. Now the mods can survive. Wait, is Ari alive? Yes, she's still alive. I'll tell you later. I'll tell her later. Diamond 3 at camping. That's what bills, you know. I know they have a lot of things to buy at Christmas. They can pay the gifts to their friends. Arya can buy her boyfriends a gift. Oh, you could revive Sage if you wanted to. You know, like, I'm just right there mid. No. Sipsone. Yeah, Sipsone. Oh no, mates. Yeah, it's gone. It's done. GG. Done. Still reported Sage though. Still reported Sage though. Yep. Ari, Confused Cat just gave $11.15 to the mods teams. Thank you. Now you can buy Soy a gift for Christmas. Yes. Yes. Sure. Well, I mean, we've been winning. We cannot close on a winning streak. Who was match MVP? Oh, that. Oh. What is the first blood, by the way? I never. Oh, alright. Oh my god, my story is so bad. Anyway, thank you for the games. I'm done, I guess. Have a beautiful rest of the year. So get better. Like, yeah, don't recover. See you. Bye. Bye. Yeah. We're done with Valorant for today. Now you study? Yes, we study now, chat. Now we study. What? For Ari's ticket to Italy, let's go! Ari is coming to Italy. Let's go. Ari! I don't know if she's seen this. Let's go, Ari. Let's go. I should go to study. What? Sniff time is not working. Why is this? What is this? It is not working. Look at this. It is not. You can clearly see that it's not working. It is for us. Well, it is only for you. You're having fun, only you. Chatterino. What about Chatterino? I'm using Chatterino. I don't see it. I'm using Chatterino and I don't see it. What do you mean, yeah, who cares about me? Look at this. I want to exit? Yes. This is how I see it, chat. Not like this. Like this. This is how I see it. Sniff time. That's all I see. You see? That's not fun. Do I have to install stuff here? Do I have to? Unleash the remotes. Channel. Look at this. I have all of these. Where's so many? We have so many. We don't have sniff. Oh, I just reopened Chatterino. Go for the sniff time. Give me the sniff time. Still no. It's still not working. Still no sniff time, chat. Still no sniff time. Still no sniff time. Rip. Rip for the sniff time. Super such sniff time. Anyway, what do we plan to do for today? What time is it? What time is it? It's 7. You know what, maybe, chat? I want to play The Sims. I think. I don't know. I don't know if I want to play The Sims. I'm in that mood where I want to do something, but I don't know what I want to do. Like, I want to play The Sims, but I don't really want to play The Sims. I want to play Fortnite, but I don't really want to play Fortnite. What if we watch some video on YouTube? Yeah, I like it. Oh, I have a video that I want to show you. No, not this one, promise. I have a video. Oh, I still have to take the gift for Hank. It's still over there. Wait, let me move it away so we don't have it. I saved it though. I have ideas, at least. Shit, I'm such a bad friend. So this is Buttons. This is a game where you know what, Leja? Okay. No, I haven't chosen yet. So, what is that? What am I doing? I don't trust this shit. So this is a game where you have to go there and press the show unlisted. It is show unlisted. It is there. It is right there. It is already done. Try to sniffer. Oh, that was an image. Oh, sorry. I didn't know it was an image. I didn't know it was an image. Shut up. Shut up. Where is it? Show unlisted. Oh, right. Listen. Listen. Do it again. I'm so smart. Do it again. Go. Give me the sniffer. Give me sniff time. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. What did I create? Oh shit. What did I create? Shit. Shit. No. Not like this. Not like this. Okay. Do we want to watch this video? I know you're gonna say no, but we're gonna be watching these videos. So like, reject your date with the press of a button. We're gonna try like this one. Let's try this one. I'm gonna show you like what are the vibes. Okay. There's a lot of drama. I'm very curious about these. I love the drama. No, I don't care about skip ads. Nice to meet you. Oh shit. Super tall. Oh, so the game is these two people are meeting for the first time, and if you press the button, you're skipping the person in front of you. This girl didn't even finish to say hi. She just like, oh, so awkward. So awkward. Holy shit. They kind of look the same. They look like brother and sister. You vibe. No. Oh. What? He left. You don't even know why he left the army. Maybe Maybe he left the army because he realized he doesn't like the army. But you didn't even talk to him. How do you know? Stop it! Wait, I'm covering their face. Stop it! Girl! He just said, what do you like? He said, like, video games, among the many things. Bro! Oh, yeah. Oh! The guy has in the back all the other people that are just going like, oh, she's shit. She just done me just because I said that I like video games. Bam! Hero! Yeah. Don't take it personally. Ew! Why did you have to say it? Ew! Oh my god. It's giving me the vibes of like, I don't make love. I fuck hard. You know that? Oh my god. Can John press the button? I'd love it. Oh my god. Ew. Sorry, NordVPN, for doing this, saying this while your ad is coming up. Sorry. Oh my god. Ew, Red Bulls. Red flag. Bam. I don't know, like, I have nothing against whoever drinks Red Bulls in the morning, but shit, like, Red Bulls in the morning? To just go to a show like this? To just go to a show like this is Red Bull in the morning too? It's like, it definitely was not like a 6 a.m. It must have been like a 10. You know, like, oh my god. She was like, let's pretend that I'm interested and I have a conversation with mom. It seemed lovely. From what? Oh my god, this is a stupidest show? That's what I sometimes like to, you know. Oh my god. Alright. Bang! So why did you? Sorry, is this what usually people do on dates? Maybe I've been out of the game for way too long. Is this what people do on dates? Chat, is this what you do when you usually go out on dates? Yes? Shit, I'm never going out. I'm never going out. I'm never going out. I am never going out ever again. Do I not know? You're more cringe than this usually? Oh my god. You want me in this program? Shit. This and TikTok together to gain followers. What? You piece of shit, you asked him if he can dance, if he wants to dance with you, and then you don't like him? Oh. You son of a bitch. Aw. What did he do? It's a bit forced. Of course, it's a TV show. You don't know each other. He's forced like I don't know. I don't know. Bro, of course it's forced. What? Yeah, no, Kevin, ignore it. Please don't do that kind of comments. So, of course it is forced. Oh my god. It felt forced. Oh, no shit. They're nice. They promised they were not going to do it quickly. They promised they were not going to do it quickly. The betrayal. Hey, learned that lesson the first time around. I sing a lot. What the fuck? I promise I will not do it quickly if you want. Get both fucked. Oh my god. Yeah. Get rejected. Oh, okay. Oh shit. But it doesn't look. Chat, look at what a posture can do to you. Look at what a posture can do to you. You see that? Do you see that? Or a small torso. Oh, fair enough. A small torso too. A small torso could be. Short legs. Fair enough. Fair enough. both. But also the button is doing like... Also the button is asking very stupid questions. What is Space Needle? What is a Space Needle? He talked about boobs. So we saw all the guys already. Oh, Seattle Space... Oh, that one is Seattle Space Needle? Okay. Oh, they're nice together. Oh. Oh, that's cool. Like, oh. Margin friend. Why are they asking these questions on a... Yeah, Buttons, you're making things weird. Why is Button making things so weird? Oh, enjoy your lunch and dinner, Kanka. She didn't ask him though. Oh shit, maybe chat. Let's see the reaction to the religion. No, it's not the same person as 5'11". Huh. I mean, he's using the pastor more as a therapy. Right? Right? She didn't ask him that, right? Yeah, he's using like a psychologist, right? It's fine. It's not like I go to church every single day of my life. They're nice together. Oh, I forgot to. Yeah, ask her out. Nice! They're gonna go for a cool date. All paid for. Nice! Nice! Nice, not bad, not bad. No. That's... You see, sometimes I don't offer you bad videos. Sometimes my videos are not too bad. We can all agree with that. Oh, blindfolded? Blindfolded? You like this kind of content? Nice. Blindfolded? Okay, blindfolded. Let's go. No, shut up. Oh my god. We know the rules. We know the rules. Come on. Okay. Okay, they're getting deodorant as a price. Like what? Holy shit. They said he loves animals. What? You said 2 words. How can you feel it? Wait. I don't want to have sniffs. I don't want to sniff a stranger. They didn't even sub. I don't want to sniff a stranger. Newbies are not strangers. Holy. Sugar cookie. Ooh, she's gonna beep. They're literally strangers, they're new. But no, after they subscribe, they're no more strangers. Well, what's the point of the blindfold then? No, I don't like them keep them this short. I'm obliged by the law to have them this short. Oh. They should never let them remove this. For the pig. What is an aggressive meat eater? She's smart though. She's very smart. That's the whole point of the game. Not really. Ew, it's even worse. Oh, she's... I'm trying. I'm trying to cry. Oh yeah. Wait, dog wants to get out. For what? What? Floyd, go out. What? I'm coming back. Hi. Oh, this video will play after the ads. Shit. We have to wait for all of it. Yeah. Oh, stop! I'm hungry. Stop it! I'm hungry. Stop. Let me skip. Nice to meet you too. Bro, don't say it! Well, but it's good that he's rejecting people, otherwise he would never find you. That's a love story. Oh. No, she's gonna be already there with her hand. He does have a cringe voice. Is it just me? Is it just me? By the way, last video, I promise. Last video like this. I did not. It was like, blah, 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 blah. Okay, voices are cringing me now. Now I'm focusing on the voices and they're all cringing me. This sounds like they're too forced as voice. Like, hey, how are you doing? Hi, is there anyone else in here? What the? You have to keep it lighthearted. Oh my god, I hate her. Oh my god, this is oh my god, this is making me hate humanity. Ah! Bye. Yeah. She's a more of an influencer. Bro, okay, you're going into a blindfolded show? It's supposed to be like about like something deeper than just the fucking appearance. You don't ask, do you have a six-pack? It's like, oh, are you hot? No, man. She's a dumbass, that's why they brought her in. Fair. What did they ask? Then why did you go? Why did you go? She's fun. She cute. They get money, you think? Maybe. Ah, me too. I like this vibe. Updating is a live show streamed on TikTok, which does blindfold dates and it's pretty good. Really? Oh! None of these people matched. The worst they can say is no. This is... Chat, what the fuck? I would be so scared. This isn't one I was thinking of. This was actually more cringe. You found that cringe? I'm in Spain without the S. Oh my god. Don't trust buttons. This is so sad, chat. This is... I said that was going to be the last one. I said that was going to be the last one. I promised. That we're not watching any more of those. I promised. I promised. We got our you know, like hours of cringeness. It's okay. When girls feel the power of the choice, then become monsters. That's not when everyone. We saw other also like guy monsters. Can we watch something else? This show is ruthless. No, shut up, shut up. Holy shit. You wanna watch well, I have so many. Do you wanna watch some Grim Walls? Oh, Marcus got... Oh! Last week, tonight got a new video? No, that's not true. Oh, this is actually cool. This is actually cool. The voice assistant battle. I was actually wondering if, like, I remember that the Christmas days with Julia on Twitch. No. I remember that we, like, Google was shit. Like, the one on the Androids, I remember was so bad. But I'm wondering. Like, it's been out for 1 day and it has, like, already 1.5 million views. You're on my Reina arc? Maybe. Let's watch. Skip. Let's see. Really? 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 He starts already with that I never thought that. I always thought that Siri was way better. Okay. Consider that he is also always having Android. He's not a... I don't think that he's an Apple guy. He should not be an Apple guy. Okay, plugging himself. Okay. Phoenix! Hi, hello. Hi, Brian. How are you doing? I love Clippy. I miss Clippy. How are you doing? How is it going? Merry Christmas. Mm, do you really ask the weather chat to the thingy? Have you ever asked the question like, how is the weather? Have you ever? I don't think I've. I maybe sometimes like randomly, but not like it's not like the most asked query. My most asked query, I think it's what time is it? That's it. But the fuck? True. True. Yeah, that is true. Why do you think Apple is not fixing that? Why do you think Apple is not like changing that? Is there a reason behind it? Is it like for productivity of the timer? What the heck? Laziness? Not enough complaints? Okay. Mm. But then it's also for the phone, isn't it? Also depends what phone are you using. The power of like how good is the CPU of the phone? If I used it right, if a phone has a CPU, does phones have a CPU? Do phones have the same things of a computer? Do phones have the same one? It shouldn't matter that much, but like how it opens, you know? Yeah, it does. Okay, all right. Ew. Wait, look at Siri. Look at Siri. Look at Siri answer. Just open this. The others are giving you really cool shit, and Siri is just giving you just open this link. Like, yeah, this is actually really cool. Why do you hate Bixby? Okay. Wait, wait. You can change the brightness of the screen. Hey Siri, change the brightness of the screen to 1%. He does it. I didn't know. Sorry, it's not nothing crazy, nothing weird, but just never used much Siri, you know? I didn't know. I never used it. I just go for it. Bixby, wait. Oh, because you have an Android, so you have Bixby? Phoenix, you have Bixby too? Sorry, did I trigger your Siri? You can set 2 alarms. You can set 2 alarms, but not timers, yes. I do a little, sometimes I use Siri, but I wish it could be like better, you know? I wish I could like tell him to do more. Okay. Bixby is Samsung. Really? Wait. Oh, this is actually smart. This is actually smart. Okay, Alexa is the shit. We understood Alexa is the shit. So wait, this is actually something they should be doing. Why aren't they doing that? What? It's not. Why? What? What is this phone? You can also have the translation? Huh. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It is a Pixel phone? Like, do you know how much that could have saved me when I was in uni? When I was in uni, I was always recording the classes because I didn't want to like miss something or like if I get distracted or something, I had it. If I had that, I would have had already everything written down. Holy shit. Kids nowadays are so lucky. What? Okay. Bottom right. Who is? I feel like Siri should win here, right? Yeah, but Siri was still with a shitty. Wait, we don't see. Wait, I cannot show you. Oh, top left. There we go. 2 Alexa. 3 Bixby. Share. Where do you need smartphones do not even work? So Google should be the best one so far. Well, but if we think about it, Google has so much behind them, right? They have Google on their shoulders. I don't know if it makes sense, but well, Alexa does have Amazon. Like I'm thinking about like the big ones, right? I'm thinking about the big ones and what data they have. iPhones. Tell me if I'm wrong. Tell me if it makes sense, but Google has all the researches that they do. So like every time that you type something, Google saves somewhere the kind of researches that people do. Yeah, they have a lot of data to work with. Google has Google, yes. Yeah, Apple can use Google, but it's like more like they have to go to a different person. Like they have to search the internet through Google. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Google has a better AI. Because of, I don't know. Apple is making its own search engine. I think that I heard that about like ages ago, no? They all buy the same database? You think so? All right. That's what I say. They share between companies, but I feel like Google would have like a direct access. I don't know. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like talking to Google APIs instead of like Google just directly access the data. I feel like that. I'm not sure about that. Like I have no idea what I'm talking about. Oh, I understood. What? Hey Siri, show me my picture of cats. Yeah, sorry. I need to unlock the phone. You're right. You're right. Right. That's something that I don't like. Hey Siri, show me my pictures of cats. No, it just opened the pictures. It just opened the pictures. That's it. It only opened the pictures. Google applies tags on those, so you are able to search for them. Also on Apple. Like, wait, the luminosity is still like bad. Also here, if I search for like, it also gives faces to. It recognizes that there's different people. So if I give those people a name, that is always gonna save them. Like, well, I'm not gonna show you all the people I have here. Also, like groups, it show like I have a lot of pictures with Camila and Yasmin. So he asked me, "Do you want to see pictures with Camila and Yasmin together?" And I can see those together. And then I recently searched. There is cat, dogs, art, museum, documents. So I go cat, and I just can find Pera. All pictures of Pera. I can also search documents on City. No, yeah, exactly. But Siri is not using it to produce a query. Yeah, that's true. That's what I feel that both Apple and Google, they're using AI to give automatic tags. But as we saw also for the other things, like Siri stops at the app. Like from the app inside, you cannot. It's very difficult when I try to tell them, like I'm driving, right? I tell them, Siri, don't do it. Play the playlist of like this and this and that. It's really difficult for it to understand. Like I have to tell them, open Spotify and play the playlist, blah blah. It's such a pain. Google. Sucks. Why did I get an Alexa? Why did I get an Alexa? I got an Alexa Echo Dot. Never again. I'm never getting an Alexa one. I'm gonna get Google's. Also, like when we were watching the one for automation, wasn't it saying that Google is better also for automation of the house? Play the song? Yeah, but I didn't want to play the song. I wanted like a playlist. On a phone. Yeah, but I was saying like, he's saying Google on a phone, but also, or when we watched another video like yesterday, the day before yesterday, about automation in a house, we were saying that those the hubs in the house are better by Google, if I'm not wrong. Like one was saying about Apple, just because of the ecosystem, and the other one was saying about Google for all the things that you can do. Am I wrong? Anyway, let's see what he says. Wait, I didn't get it. Wait. Oh, okay. Okay, get it. Okay. Shit. Can I get Google Assistant on my iPhone? That's a very dumb question. Can I get it on there? Or what does the OnePlus have? I have the OnePlus for the stream. Yeah, I can get it on my phone. I can get it on my phone? I can get it on my... They're stupid. Oh my god, iPhone is stupid. But I tried and hated it? Okay, maybe that makes sense. Where's my... I have it on... I have a OnePlus for the live streams. Where did you go, phone? Oh, there you go. Yeah, but it is limited. Okay, fair enough. What about on the OnePlus? What does OnePlus have? OnePlus uses Google. This will be very interesting. This could be very interesting. It could be like from now on, like when I will get like my own apartment, I'm gonna be having all of that all super automated. I'm gonna have this one as my remote controller for everything. That is my phone. This one is the remote controller. That's really cool. Let's continue. Oh, there we go. No! The Mr. Robot, same. No, is it in Italian though, Federico? If you can send me the link in the DM on Instagram, that would be lovely. I'm gonna watch it in the future by myself. How much is Bixby paying you? That I like, but also iPhone does. Oh, Hank watched it yesterday? He's still in my content. Joking. Yeah. Alright. I said send it to me on the TM so I don't lose it, Ashkelon. You just... Wait. You were just overusing your power. They're cool. Thank you. That was very sick. That's really cool. Thank you. That was really lovely. Thank you for that. I appreciate you. You're cool. You're cool. I cannot wait to get my own apartment and start to do like a full-on series on how we automate the house. Like I want the house where like I put the phone next to my bed, and it starts the whole night routine. So it just turns off all of the lights. It turns on my vapor stuffy thingy, but also like it's gonna first open. There's gonna be like a robot that's gonna open my diffuser, the one with the. What's up? Oh no, they asked me to join the salotto. Never mind. So I wanted to be like, oh, to hi Hank. There's gonna be a robot that opens the stuff. There's gonna be another one that puts the water in it, because it's gonna calculate how much water there is still in it. Put water, closes it, and then it starts it. And then also like I can choose the drop that I want, and there's gonna be all the drops next to it, and they're gonna like beep, 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 beep. Oh, this is gonna be my dream. Oh, okay, chat, we're done. I know what project we're gonna do. A woman can dream. Oh my god, I'm dreaming too much. And I'm dreaming too much. 2023 is the year that I'm starting to do these kind of projects. I'd love to learn all of the robotics. What drop is it? Like a lot of drops. Like I have a bunch of like drops, and I choose which one I want, and it just goes for it. It must be possible, right, Enk? I want to start doing, how are these called? Is it robotics? Is it called robotics? If I just press one button, it does stuff. I want to learn how to do robots. Oh my god, in 2023, I'm learning to do robots. You are Noi in Minecraft? Wait, what? It's an actual nightmare. But that's my project for 2023. Let me write it down in my Notion. Build something robotized. Like, I'm gonna put it in my annual reviews. On the 2nd of January, we're gonna work on all of these things, and we work together on it. We think about it together. I have a tag in my things that I want to do, and it's crazy ideas. Make a robotic something. Maybe diffuser. Okay. It's gonna be study time growth, because it's gonna be like a series on those, and it's gonna be work. Yes. Landlord is gonna love it. He's not gonna know it. I don't like it. I will learn Arduino. Yes, crazy idea is definitely right. Yes, I know. Yeah. Automatic biscotti dipper. I would love to learn this shit. Domotizzare. I would love to have like an entire like, imagine in my dream house. Let me tell you everything that I have in my dream house. In my dream house, I put my phone on the desk. It's gonna ask me what perfume do I want to have. I put like, or maybe it's gonna be like, how do you feel, or what do you need, or anything like that. And I just say like, I need to relax, I need to sleep, or I need to like, I don't know, get energized, if it makes sense. I fart. Not fart. I put it there, and just 3 buttons, like big ones, and I click on it. And it's gonna be like, it's gonna dim all the lights accordingly. So if it's night routine, it's gonna go everything off. Just 2 small lamps on the sides that's gonna make all the lights cozy. Then there's gonna be the robot that is gonna like check the water level of the diffuser, add more water, put the drops. If I'm going to bed, it's gonna put lavender on it and cotton, because I like the smell of it. Close everything, started, lights, a little bit of maybe a little bit of jazz playing in the back, like super tiny. It's gonna dim all the lights of every single thing that I have in the house into like super yellow. A domotic butler, exactly. Plus, it's gonna be maybe, I don't know, what else could it be? If I will have like a shower, it's gonna turn on the shower. So no, that doesn't. Yeah, no, that doesn't make sense. It's gonna make my stuff to like oh yeah, do that before going to the bathroom. So I put that there. It's gonna turn on the shower, and it's gonna put the I'm gonna have like there. Did you know that there are some kind of things like that? There's this kind of buckets where you can put inside your towel, and it just warms up your towel. It's super cool. A lot of electricity bills, but it's my future with an automated and domotic house is gonna be like it's gonna have all of the money that we need, so we don't care about the electricity, about the bills. All right. So it's gonna take a towel, like a clean one, and it's gonna put it into the thing that makes it warm. Turns on the water of the shower, It's gonna dim all the lights in the bathroom, make them all super very cozy. All like the things. Hi, boys, Santana. I'm talking about my dream house that is very automatic, so I don't have to do anything in my life. Either that or just get a butler, you know, a human butler. Anyway, and then all the lights start to be very very cozy in the bathroom and the shower. The like music is gonna play. And then I just choose which kind of a vibe of a music I want. Get a human that's cheaper and less stressful. No, but I want to learn how to do these. Are you trying to challenge Engo on his electricity bill? By the way, boy, Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. I didn't say Merry Christmas to you yesterday, so... am I still? No, still not in time, so Merry Christmas later. You can lower a bit your expectation. A lot of this stuff is doable. But yeah, but I wanted everything! And I've been looking on the freaking internet about like automatic smart house. They suck! The smart thing that they do is like you press a button and the lights goes off. What the fuck is that? Or like you press a button and the TV from a frame becomes a TV. What the fuck? I want a pure automated house. Like, and also when I put the phone there, the TVs are all like the TV that is gonna be like, you know, one of those like screens, super cool. It's gonna like hide, so you don't even see them anymore. What else? What the fuck is that? It's a light switch. That's what I'm saying. Oh, you can also tap the door for the door to open. The stuff that exists, it's super expensive. I'm gonna be rich just to get to have that first house. It's gonna be the very first house like that. It's gonna be the first house like that. I'm spending all of. There's people spending money on alcohol, on bitches, on. on gambling. I'm gonna spend all of my money to have like an automated house. Exclamation mark prime. Exclamation mark prime, chat. Beaches, I had to go to the beach. That's what I'm talking about. Exclamation mark prime, chat. Just letting you know. How many roommates do I want? 0. If you are serious into this stuff, I can point you to a home assistant, but are you ready to suffer? It's not very expensive, and you can do lots of stuff. We already talked about it. I think that a Google one would be better. Either Google or Siri. We understood that Alexa sucks. Blade Runner, so the demonic butler will learn her gestures too. Yes, exactly! Exactly. By pressing the right button, men don't do all that. Yes, but I don't want to be the one doing that, you know? No food in the house, but at least it's smart. Yes, exactly. Blackjack and luxury hookers, shut up. Have legs so it can walk to work if I need to go to the office. Shut up, I swear. I'm being serious. I'm being serious. Or just sleep in your car. That's a good way so that you can move your house. Are nothing like Home Assistant? Voice Assistant are plugged into Home Assistant. What? I don't care. I'm gonna learn how to do all of this. It could also like I just program it, you know? Maybe that's a bit too much. But I make everything. I'm so excited about that. Straight Time 2043 soon on Twitch. Yes, I don't care about them knowing my data. They can get my data of me being every single night alone. That's okay. I don't care. I don't really care. Hard House. Oh, yeah. And the format is gonna be called Hard House. Yes. Hard House. Voice assistants integrate home assistants. Okay, I have a lot to learn. And I have a lot to learn. I'm sleeping. Shut up. But like, imagine what. Okay, chat. If you could have something automated that maybe you do very often in the day, what would it be? What would it be for you? Like, I'm thinking also like when I put my phone on this streaming setup in a specific point, which is a bet maker. That's shitty. I saw something like that. Mikile. I saw like there is like one. Wait. Automatic bet. Wait, I think that automatic bet maker. Yeah, there's the smart duvet. There is the smart duvet. First, you have to buy your house. Yeah, okay, listen. Wait. Move on. Move on. Okay. They're just inflatable. They're just inflatable. Which, I mean, to be honest, this is very, very, very lazy, because with this kind of duvet, you just do that, right? You must be very lazy to just do this. But at the same time, because they're inflating with air. I have a situation where a dear friend of mine wants to start a project on complex stuff, and I'd like to help her out. However, she hates to get help. How should I improve the issue? I know you were going to ask me, Hank. I knew you were going to ask me. I knew it. I knew it. Just wait for me to come. Wait for me to ask you. Wait for me to ask you. I understood that you are available, but if I will, I'll ask you. Good job, Shazam. You see, you just put... Oh, no, wait, it's not inflatable. Hold on, it's not inflatable. You put those things on it. On your duvet, and you just... Oh, no, it does feel... It does. Oh, shit, but it's ugly. Oh, well, and it's not too bad. Just puts air in it, and it's... And then it removes the air. But you can also make it warm. Yeah, if you're a wheelchair, to make your bed go on one side and on the other. Look at that. Yeah, climate control. Oh, on one side. You can decide on one side or the other. By the way, I hate those like, I hate the heatable sheets. I hate it. I hate it entirely. Imagine Pera is on the bed and you push the button. That's actually true. If Pera is in there, yeah. If you have a cat or a dog on it, it's gonna be a problem. Well, okay. Okay, you don't fluff your pillows. Okay, that's it. We understood the point. But I remember that I saw another one. I saw that one. Yeah, I saw this one. I saw this one, which is, I think... Wait. So, like, you put your sheets into here, and it just automatically does zoop, and it just goes back. What? Look. You see? It just does this. So then when you're done, like, and it goes back up. The only thing that I was wondering, like, if you during the night, like, it means that during the night, wait, that's me or music. It means that during the night, what if you, like, move around, you know? The other one, it's more practical. Like, here is, like, a bit of a, like, you see? Automatic bag makers now on sale. I don't think that's the one. Bed leveling, we don't care. Well, anyway. I told you there was something already like that. But, like, imagine if we... So, bed maker is already out there. What else would you like to automate that you have to do every single day? What else would you like to have? Listen, chat, we are in 2023 and we don't have anything at work. Okay, apart from work. Dust cleaner. There is the robotic stuff. Cook, there is, like, Bimby. Taking out the trash. There are the compactor. French bionic arm. I'm scared of that. Laundry folder. Brushing your teeth. True. Those are things like kind of difficult, right? Like also getting into a shower. Like you go in there, like you go like this, and they just clean you. Imagine you just stay there and they just clean you. That would be lovely. Oh, dusting on shelves and furniture. Oh, like a car wash. Yes, they should create like humans car wash to put in the house. Another automation I would like is like when I put my phone on my desk, the coffee, like in a specific spot, the coffee in the other room, like the computer starts, all the lights starts going on, the door maybe closes, so like they start to have like a specific stuff for streaming, all of that. Coffee starts running, the bottle of water starts getting refilled, and so then every time I do that, I check that everything is right, I check like the title, I start blah blah blah, and then I walk to the kitchen, I get my coffee, I get my water, and I go back to that. That's right. Watch a Black Mirror episode. I know there's a Black Mirror episode like that, but I will be creating it. That's some cool idea for someone who shouldn't drink coffee. Listen, Michael Reeves. Oh yeah, I am subscribed to him. He's doing these kind of things. But he stopped 3 years ago, right? He's not doing anything. Smart coffee maker. Simpsons episode. Yeah, the one with the red eye, right? He takes long time to create a video. 3 years ago is the last one. He does one video per year. Well, I mean, all of his videos around 20 million views. 20 million views. Did he actually keep up? No, last video is 3 years ago. Wait, maybe. No, that's popular. No, I'm sorry. No, you're right. I was unpopular. Listen, sorry. I was on home and it was popular videos 3 years ago. Never mind. 8 months ago. A dog to pee beer? Oh my god. Okay, we're gonna watch this one because I feel like it's very close to what we want to do. It's just different kind of context. But before letting the dog pee, let me pee. Okay, I'll be right back. Hello. Shall we watch it? I also got some soup. I like them. I like this guy. I like this guy. I can get it. No! Bastards! It's stupid. Albanese, you're calling me putana or your mom? You know, I know that most of the times you see us together, so maybe you're getting distracted, like confused. You know, that could happen. That could happen. But if you're saying to me, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I guess your mom is not. Like, I know that going with a person that's going with a lot of people can, like, I can be called putana because of that, because I go with someone that goes all the time with many people. But that's not how it works. She's the one that's going with a lot of people. I'm not. But if you want to call me putana and you feel better about that, you go for it. That, as long as you don't cry, that's okay. Yeah. Yeah. Oh shit. Yeah. Oh, that's a bit strong though. Wow, just like mine. No. Oh. Yeah. You didn't go to school? You're cool though. pisses into the cup. Stupid. Idiot. I love him. Wait. Skip it. I also need to clean a little bit. This area. Screaming a bit too much, but no, no. No, thank you. Tell you. Why isn't you using like just a webcam? It needs to be wireless. I could have done the same. No, no. Maybe for the AI. No. Yeah. Oh. Yep. Yep, Bubble. No, don't do that. Don't do that. getting so much weight, by the way. This is how he was recording it. There's so many things on it. Perfect. You barely notice him. He's so fucking loud. Boy, he's learning. He's a puppy. He's learning. Let him be. No. Oh. No. It's just so cute. It's just so cute. It actually feels like a puppy. Doesn't it feel like a puppy entirely? Oh my god. No. Go for it. He's pissing on it. Mom. Yeah, US is very long, very big. Oh my god. No! That's not what you came here for to do. You did not. No, no. Bro. Bro. No, stop looking, chat. Stop looking. I'm a goofball. No. I'm looking, no. What? Not there. What? Yeah. Yeah. Should we do it too? Should we do merch like this too? All right. No. No, 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 plug in. No, no, no. No. Oh. No. Shit. Do you know how much the Honey must have paid them, like paid him for that plug? Shit. Assassin drones? I'm scared of that. I'm very scared of that. How is it? He is really, really funny. I really, really like him. And it's okay that it takes time to make them. Because every single video, it's like 20 million views. This is actual good content. I'm sad that he didn't like actually went to the place. Like, I hope they tagged them. Imagine they received like, not all of his actually. Again, I'm misled by the thing. But it's like at least 10 millions. That's crazy. Sponsor block makes YouTube so much better. I don't mind. Like, I'm giving money to the YouTubers, you know? So it's okay. Like, I understand. It's like when you use ad blocks on Twitch, you're also not allowing the streamers to, you know, to get the revenue from the ads. You could use the Prime. You could use the Prime. It's so hard to make these projects. It's so time consuming. Yes, I know. I agree. That's why I want to get into like automatic refilling vapor stuff. Tell that you skip unlike ad bot block. Wait. What? Never heard? No, it's okay. No worries. Oh, sponsor blocks skip parts of video that are sponsorship. But still, you're also like, every time that you skip a video of a creator, you're not helping his algorithm. I did it right there. Maybe I should not have. I feel like I could do these projects, I just couldn't afford to do them. Yeah, same. But I wanna find the time this 2023, I think. In this 2023, I wanna try to like be able to find a way to do it. Like I've always been wanting to do them. And since like this is the job that I do, why not? Like, I know that a lot of you might like this, so why not just do it all together? It's just gonna be like bringing alive a dream that I always had. The site of puzzle from before? Rua, if you're still in chat, what is the website of it? Puzzle.ry something, I don't remember. I don't remember it. Sorry. I think that the people in chat can help you for sure. Oh, there you go. Thank you, JJ. Thank you for that. Appreciate you. Chat. What if? It's already late. It's already like... It's already 9:30? Where did time go? You haven't eaten? Go eat, Kanka. Did you eat? Were you stuck here with me? No, go get yourself food. Also, you can't transform it into content? Yes, that's the point. That's what I'm saying. Like, if I can do both. No, it's right. It's okay. No. It's okay. We finished talking about you. Chat. Where did time goes? You know, that's exactly what they say. The time flies when you're having fun. Time flies when you're having fun. Yeah, true. Rua, you should be sleeping actually, shouldn't you? Like, isn't it super late for you? Isn't it like extremely late? Time flies when you're enduring content. I was having fun watching YouTube. Came back 8 and good to join back. How was the puzzle? Puzzle was really good. Puzzle was 1. 4:30. Rua. How are you staying awake? Rua, how is your sleeping schedule? Shit. I like this video. You like it? Nice. Nice. Even the brutal dating bots? Okay. Chat, how did you like it today? Did you have a beautiful day? Is there a video of mine where I talk about my studies? There is not. Maybe I should. Maybe I should do a video. You know what? I want to get back into doing more content. I haven't been doing much. But 2023 is going to be fully devoted to the content. Not just for you, but for me. You know what I mean? Like I'm so not happy on how I left the content in the last months. So I want to be more focused. Watching videos and commenting on them is such an original concept. Has anyone thought of this before? Shut up, Chalford. That's why we're gonna create stuff. We're gonna create stuff. 2023, be ready because we're coming to you and we're creating robots. We're creating robots. No, nothing. No, I'm not saying that it's nothing wrong, but too rare. Too rare. Rabbits? Rabbits? Wait, by the way, let me turn on a light. We're being in the darkness. I thought it was going to be way more strong. This is fine. Maybe a bit less. I look alive. Aromatic sandwich maker? No, I would not like sandwich. I'd like it to make it by myself. YouTube videos watching into a stable format. We'll see. We'll see. Sgrado, so every single day of my life? Is that what you're saying? Thank you, Sgrado. Thank you for saying that. If I spend too much time streaming, then my brain just goes numb. I created a robot saying your mom, like your mom. Yes, exactly what you meant. Okay. Cool. Okay. I'm not cringing. Cool. Anyway, if you didn't hear, I started Kageguri. Kugurui. It's really cool. Really cool. I had another content idea. You need chat. See chat. I have another content idea. What's that? I think that it would be so cool if I created like a casino, not a real casino, but like a night with other content creators and streamer where we play. We go to the no we go, but we create a casino. You know. And like we take videos, we do live, we do all of that, but it's between all of us. It's not illegal. It's not illegal. It's between if it's between all of us, and it's not real money. We're not gonna spend money. It's gonna be like something like you win something, not money. Like you win. The winner gets to have a tweet by everyone else atting them. For example, that's exposure. Getting paid in exposure. And the loser, like stuff like that. It would be cool. I think that it would be cool. This kind of, I don't know. It would be fun. For sure it would be fun. It would be cool. Shut up, don't make mine. We bet our dignity. Yes. You don't understand what I want to do? I want to host a casino. Like take a room. Not a room, maybe a big room. I get people that are going to be like the things that give the card. Multiple tables. And there's going to be no, maybe not but other things like the roulette. Other things. If you enter, I don't know, like, I think a room, not a room. Shut up. I am getting into the ideas processing. So like every fish that you have means something, not money. Not money though, it has to be something else because I really hate to play with money. It makes me extremely nervous and I don't like it. I really don't like to play with money. So not money. Something else. And I get a bunch of content creators in it, and we spend like a night in Monte Carlo, but it's like Monte Giulia. Something like that. How can you give a number to your dignity? The audacity. Oh yeah. Is it a real room, Ank? A real room. So then we create a live. Ank, you're here. Hi. There's gonna be like different cameras as if it was like a real show, a real TV show, and people can also do their own vlogs. You can also do your IRL in this event. I think it would be cool. There's a lot of like streamers that like gambling, maybe. Could be cool. Could be like the event for like next Christmas. Maybe you just heard it here. Let me write it down in my crazy ideas. Listen, chat, I have a lot of crazy ideas, but very difficult to do. Casino show. Monte Giulia. Let me put in a bucket of crazy ideas. How I'm gonna work. Study time growth is still gonna be. Budget and like it's but budget is gonna be very high, but we're gonna have sponsors. Maybe not casino sponsors, not gambling, even though they will pay a lot, but I don't want to get money from them. We don't want to promote those. But maybe like NordVPN. Need some budget. You like it, Ank? You like it? No, but like NordVPN is like if it's not gambling if there's no money involved. It's just like it's a game. In that case. That is true, actually. Who's gonna sponsor gambling? Most of your ideas are really good. They're just completely insane. I just need some. Like, I have a bucket of ideas. I just need someone that can help me, like, to do all of this. It's just a game of chance where people send win. Yeah, but it's like that. Connections with Gambrone. I don't know. Contact Honey. Like many. I think companies like that. It's like just like a. I don't know. We can figure it out. We can figure that out. I think that could be really good. You need an infinite ATM. Actually, 2. 1 for time and 1 for money. True. But if I start to organize it now, for next Christmas, it will be perfect. If I start to organize it now. I think it could be really cool. I think it could be very, very cool. I think it could be very, very cool. Like bingo also. Then do it now. I cannot, not now. I'm having. Cool indeed. Thank you. No, because I was thinking like this would be funny. It would be something that no one has ever done. Pepe, you're already like helping me out to get to my goal. Pepe, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the 3 months, Pepe. Thank you for supporting my crazy ideas. Void of the broken dreams, don't have ATMs for them. I have it too. I have it too, Rising. I want to see G's on. Oh my god, what? Oh my god, we can do dollar bills and there's gonna be my face on it. Can we play Buraco all together? Sure. That would be so cool. Sorry, I'm dreaming now. I'm dreaming. Today we're very open with the creativity. What the heck is happening? Pera coins and Floyd coins. Oh my god. I'm writing them down. I'm writing them down. Shit, this will be very, very cool. On the January 2nd, all of this creativity is gonna explode also from you. Because we're gonna do the... how is it called? We're gonna... Wow, every time I don't remember how to say it. Resolutions! Resolutions. 2nd of January, join. We're doing the resolution. Just resolution. We're talking about what we want to do. If we want to do it like on this year or not. If we want to focus. It's going to be very general. No anxiety at all. Like I'm going to try to have less anxiety as possible. Because I cannot deal with too much anxiety either. On Discord one day. So many ideas to share. Oh, you also have ideas, Michele? DM me. Chat if you have any idea. Okay, listen. I am the very first one that maybe I have a lot of ideas, but I don't have the tools to do it. If I can help you out to bring to life your own ideas, thanks to what we created as a platform all together as a community, let me know. All right, it's good for me because it's content, right? But then you're also getting like your ideas out. Pawa, you're welcome, Pawa. You're welcome. Se magari poi potete alzare ancora il tetto del contante. No. Still here? Who won? Oh, you're coming. Good morning. It was team 1. Team 3. You have an idea but I don't know how to do it? Just send me a DM. Like, for example, the puzzle competition. It was not just my idea. Rua came up with the idea. Was it you, Rua? I think so. And then we just made it and it was cool and people had fun. So you can make the casino day as a challenge. Everybody starts with an X amount and at the end of the day you have a leaderboard. So you don't play for money. Yeah. Oh, true. You're right. And then there's like the top person gets something. As I was saying, the top person gets like an ad in everyone's tweet or Instagram. Everyone has to spam their account in all those social medias. So you're getting paid with exposure. And I think that it will be also something from the sponsor. But the losers have to lose something, right? And I think that it would be so fun for the meme to say, and what will the winner win? Exposure. That would be funny. Oh. Gaspa, you're super sweet. If you want, there's like my wish list. Ti rispondo in italiano. Se vuoi c'è la mia wish list. Qua. Wish list. Se vuoi aiutare a prendere qualcosa da lì, oppure puoi anche suggerire qualcosa. E io, se vedo tutto quello che vedo suggerito nella wishlist, l'aggiungo, così potete regalarlo se volete. Cioè, se vedete una cosa su Amazon e volete regalarlo, me lo consigliate lì e io lo aggiungo, così poi potete prenderlo. Grazie anche solo per averci pensato. Thank you even just for like thinking about it. Yeah, Lorenzo, people proved that it's everything. If you put on the wish list also like a stupid cosplay, I have to add the cosplay, and if someone buys it, I have to wear it on stream. I already been doing like a geisha kind of style, like more like anime. I don't even know what was that. We've already been Mario. I don't remember what else. Clash House is founded by a champion of poker. I know that they have tables, fishes, and connection. Yeah, but I want it to be like somewhere else, not maybe in the Clash House. Or if it's in the Clash House. If they have the table. We can make the... Oh my god, Ank. You're seeing the potential there too, Ank. I'm not completely crazy, right? The alien bubble was too big, yeah. The alien bubble was too big. You're seeing the potential there too. I'd like to like do this kind of events. Yeah, but not in Clash. I would not like to do it in Clash. I want to do it like somewhere else. Like I want to do it like in a cool environment, and everyone who goes into there, Montecitorio, hi. That's hi. But everyone, like all the streamers, everyone that goes into the room or into the casino, into Monte Giulia, they have to like be wearing like something fancy. Like you have to wear like the jacket. You have to like, you know, have all of your... you have to get into the part. And you have to be a part of it. I don't know if you've seen like... you know that I love... One of my... Shut up! One of my inspiration ever is QT Cinderella. What's going on? Why did my mom send me her IBAN? My mom just sent me her IBAN to send her the money for the gift from my dad. Okay. Ace Forte, thank you so much for the 6 months. Forte, thank you so much. Wait, no, 2 months. 2 months. I read the 6. Gabo! Thank you for the 5 months. You're supporting the channel a lot. And you're actually helping me out to create all the stupid ideas and content that I have in my brain. Thank you so much for that, Gabo. I appreciate you. Very, very much. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here. The Clue stream. I would say, like, as you know, like, one of my inspiration always is QT Cinderella. I love her. She does, like, the camping with all the streamers. She does a lot of shit. And she recently did IRL Clue. Like, wait for it. This. IRL Clue. Like, they are all playing, like, a part. D-Book! D-Book! Thank you so much for the 4 months. We are on a hype train. The hype train is in the middle of the... Why are you there? What's happening? D-Book! Thank you so much for that. I appreciate you. And Ventoras. Fresh out of the box! Oh, Mentoras, thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Welcome in, newbie. Welcome in. Like, this is, like, what they did is, like, they did, like, you know, Cluedo. It's called Cluedo in Italian. Clue in English. Like, they did a real life of that. I think that it would be fun. They did a live and also a video. Like, a video for YouTube. And I think that it would be super, super cool to do. It would be super, super, super cool to do. It could be really, really cool. If organized well. Gotta go, by the way. Hit me up for your crazy ideas. Oh, nice. Thank you. Thank you, Eng. Thank you. People, find yourself friends like Eng that supports you for your crazy ideas. Even if they're like, hey, what the fuck are you doing? Are you sure? I'm so tired. I tried to close the Adam Cheese video. I like to support crazy ideas because I got some of them too. Really? Venturas, hit me up. Tell me what are those. Let's make them happen. Let's make them happen. I appreciate you very much for that. I really do. Anki is the Sam in my life? Maybe. Could be. Could be. Could be. Anyway, so I have a shit tons of ideas for like 2023. Alright, it hasn't started yet and I already think that there's not enough time. I have way too many. So that's why on the 2nd of January, I will be, we're gonna work together also on your resolutions. I remember this time. I remember the word. We're gonna work on your resolutions, my resolution, and then I have like a bucket of ideas. And I need you to help me, and we're gonna vote together on how cool you think how much you would be interested in them, and I'm gonna give priorities to each one of them because I am very excited about each one of them. But in the end, you have to understand that it has to be like it has to be useful for you too. It has to be like appreciated by you too. What's up? Why are you tired? Light decided to turn off. I want to build a quadcopter, like a bike, but you can ride it and it will be for 2 people. What the fuck? That's insane. I think that I've just seen I've seen an article about like Chinese car flying over traffic. Over traffic? I think this one. It's more like an helicopter, like, to be honest. But does it also drive? Does it drive? It does not. It's an helicopter. It's a fucking helicopter. No, that's not what I meant. This is just an helicopter. Wait, I think this. I think this one. It can fly you over traffic. Hi, Stoffer. You see? Like that. Anyway, that's what I saw the other day. Stop! What's wrong with you? That reading light keeps getting like... Cool, I know that was safe. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Keep them on the earth. I agree. I agree. You have checked out all of them too? Really? Ha. Give me hope. Still not there. Let Tesla not crash first. Okay. That's what a flying car is, an helicopter. No, but that one, it was not driving. Like, we need something that can drive and also fly when it's needed. But it should be more like it flaps out the things and it starts flying. Chat, that's why I need to become like a ultra mega billionaire. So I will be like investing in all of your stupid ideas. I would be like, you want to create like something? Let's go for it. Like, I'll give you that to create the freaking car that can also fly. Every time they try to get in the car, female version of Elon Musk. Yeah, but I'm not a dickhead, and I did not, and I thank you, by the way, for the train. I appreciate it. I'm not a dickhead, and I value human beings. Invest in this shit out. And that's how you get poor again? No, it will be investment. It'd be so unpredictable. I agree 100%. Very unpredictable for sure. Chat, I am a bit tired. I wanted to play like The Sims, but I feel like I'm a little bit tired right now. And to be honest, we've been live for 8 hours. 41 clips? What the fuck did you do? What did I do? How the fuck did you get 25? Where? What did you clip? You maniacs, what did you clip? Gonya time? Aimbot time? Sniff time? 24 karat. That was a good joke. That was a really good, was a real joke. How did you do 41? You're sick. Want to watch them? We're not gonna do a recap of the stream at the end of the stream. Whatever we think can turn into a good emote gets clipped, G. Oh shit, you clip a lot of things, I realized. But if you clip, do me a favor and put good titles so then they can drive people in. I made clips? How did I do clips? Oh! Many clips are also from NordVPN thing. When it shows up, every time that an ad shows up, a clip gets made. And I was like, I did not do all of this myself. Anyway, you have a real potential emote. Write to Urua. I think they are the ones in charge of that. Shall we go say Merry Christmas? I don't know if they celebrate Christmas, to be honest, but let's say Merry Holidays to Urgad. He was in chat before. He's super, super nice. It's been... Did it work? First time that I do it. I don't even know. Armita, what's up? Okay. Oh, okay. Anyway, I fucking love you. Thank you so much for being here on the 26th. Thank you for being here with me in general during these holidays that you know that they're tough. And if they're tough for you too, I'm sorry. I feel you over there. Join us on Discord. We have shit tons of other people that are struggling with these holidays. I'd love to see you there. And if you want to also follow on Instagram and like my last reel, I was iconic. And I'll see you all tomorrow. I'm not going to be streaming because I'm meeting my friend from Argentina that is coming here. But I'm planning on the 28th. If nothing goes wrong on the 28th, I should be streaming. Sorry if it's not super clear, my schedule in these days. But just because it's the end of the year and it's like holidays are coming up. I don't know what's going on and all of that. But 2nd of June, so 2nd of January for sure, we're having the stream about like 2023. I love you. No, Village on 2028. I don't know. I was supposed to go there. It should be. It should still be up. 28. We're gonna go to the Christmas village. In any case, follow on Instagram. You will know everything there. Or like check the schedule here. I love you people. I really, really do. I really, really do. Have a beautiful night. Have a beautiful night. Be good, everyone. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.